Oh, that yay is loud. That's really loud for me. I like that. Good morning. Welcome to Morning Medley, episode 512. Today is technically Trash Tuesday, but if you're in the Discord, or at least read the banner before the stream started, you will see that there will be no trash truck today. I mean, the cans are out. It's a beautiful day, at least. And you can see we do have the cans out, but there's just not going to be any. I don't know what that is. I guess a folding table. But there's not going to be any actual trash truck, as it were, today, because in my neighborhood, if there's a holiday that falls on a weekend, the trash comes on Wednesday instead of Tuesday. So there won't be any today. I apologize. Tomorrow, I might not be in Los Angeles, so I might miss the trash truck. But if the same rules apply to New Year's, then I'll be back in time to catch the Wednesday Trash Tuesday. I don't know. We'll go over it as the time gets closer. Good morning, Jelly. Good morning, Cyber. Good morning, Pyro. Good morning, Frenetic. Good morning, Kaiju. I hope you're doing well. Glass Onion. A cans out mystery, says Cyber. Indeed. What a great movie that was, by the way. I like Knives Out. No spoilers, but I like it. The spoiler is Omni enjoyed it. Soreb says, they ran yesterday around my place. Poor trash guys. Indeed. Oh. Delicious. Hello, Radical. Rad says, hey, Omni. Care to meddle my morning? I do care to meddle your morning. In due time, for sure. I'm forgetting something, and it's going to become apparent to me like halfway through the stream, I'm sure, but I'm forgetting something kind of important, I think. Like, I feel something missing. That's a fun shaped jar. Tall boy, says Lindsay. A lot of the boba places in my neighborhood sell jars. Like, they sell boba. Well, if you like pay a little bit extra, they'll give you a specific glass, and they're all different. Like one of them. Ooh, can I do this? Hold on, I'll be right back. Actually. So, this one that I'm using today actually comes from a place called Milk Plus Tea. Milk Plus Tea is the boba place that you can't really read it, but you can kind of see it. Milk Plus Tea. It's like a women-owned and operated boba shop that also catered the my game opening. Let's see if we can get a better angle outside. You can kind of see the insignia. It's kind of cool. I have like a lot of milk tea fueled by boba. I've got a lot of milk tea merch and clothing and stuff like that. A lot of stuff from that shop. But that's where that jar comes from. And then I have this one, which actually comes from Teaspoon, which if you remember from my little like boba rant yesterday, I did name them. I like Teaspoon a lot. Can we get to that? Can we get a close up on that? Chunky? It's called Teaspoon. And see the little like decorative spoon? They actually sell that spoon inside the place. And then it's got the little wood top. Can we get light on that? And you can see it's like kind of carved in. They've got it engraved in the top. That's from Teaspoons, another really good boba place. However, if you go there and you're torn between getting the ube or the taro, go with the ube. Go with the ube. You heard it from me. The taro, it's I wouldn't get it. Here's another boba jar. It's from a place called Labobatory. It's an Erlenmeyer flask, really. It's not so much a boba jar as much as it's just an Erlenmeyer flask with a cork. I don't use this actually to drink out of much. I mostly use this to store my simple syrup. Like when I'm making, like I put some sweetener in my tea. When I'm making simple syrup, I usually will store it in Erlenmeyer flasks, and they all come from Labobatory. I could waste a lot of time going over different boba shop jars and cups and glasses and spoons and straws and all of that stuff that I have, but I'm not gonna waste any more of your guys' time. Um, Pyro says, "Yo, these jars are fire." Oh, cool. Oh, this jar is fire. Is it a specific one, or you just like all of them? I like all of them. Lindsay says, they're that different. I kind of thought they were all the same thing. Oh, I thought they were the same thing. Ube and taro. I don't have time to get into that. I don't have time to get into that because that's like a whole fight. That's a whole fight. There's a lot of people that argue they're the same thing. There's a lot of people that argue that they're different. And it's not an argument that I'm comfortable having. However, I can taste the difference, so I don't know what that means, right? And there's a lot of boba places that have taro drinks and ube drinks like on the same menu. So if they were just the same thing, why not just have one? I don't know. Anyways, that would make a nice plant propagation jar too, says Lindsay. I'm always weird about putting plants in jars. Oh, you mean just like for them in water? Yeah, for sure. You're right. You're not wrong. Extended medley, I guess, says Kaiju. Oh, like for a segment today to cover the Trash Tuesday? Yeah, probably spending more time on Marla. It's probably for the best, so we get more time with Marla theme. Without interruption from the garbage man. Usaria says, hey everyone, good morning, Usaria. Pyro says, also to answer your question, I do drink a lot of them. I do think a lot of them are fire. Oh, all of them are fire, talking about all the jars. Yeah, I'm a fan. And I like that they all come with caps. I mean, the Erlenmeyer flask, I guess, comes with a cork, but I mean, that's theming, baby. If you have a boba shop called La Bobatory and your jars aren't Erlenmeyer flasks, try harder, I guess. We playing Kirby again, says Cyber? On episode 600? Probably... I assume by the time episode 600 comes around, I'll have an actual game, like proper gaming setup, and I'll play Kirby if I can do that. Just not in the way I did last season for sure. Rad says, speaking of plant propagation, the ice cold tundra of Florida made me put my plants inside to avoid the insane temperatures. I just put them back out for some nitrogen infused rainwater and a bit of sun too for the first time in a whole week. Well, I hope they're doing all right. I had a friend come by yesterday. She actually gave me a plant, so I have another plant now. But my friend came by yesterday, and we were talking about the like how like in LA, you know, you're worried about taking care of your plants, and so dang, I want to show you guys something, but I can't because I respect somebody's privacy. But something really funny is happening outside. Something really stupid's happening outside. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, we were talking about how we just look up like, how do I take care of my plant? And usually most websites will say things like, in the spring do this, in the fall do this, in the summer do this. But when the winter comes, you're not going to want to water them as much and like try to keep them here and stuff like that. And how those things, sometimes I would do them instinctively because I'm like, oh, it's winter time, I should probably do this with the plant. But winter isn't the same in LA. So when they're like, water your plant half as much, in LA, you still kind of got to water them just as much. Like, the plant doesn't know what December means. It just knows that it's still 80 degrees. So it still needs water. I'm doing pretty good, Dar. How are you? I'm going to be on the road getting the chest x-ray most of the stream, so I'll have you up on the desktop while I'm not lurking on mobile. Okay. While I'm not lurking on mobile. Well, thank you, Kaiju. I appreciate that. Someone ruined my chances of being rich, and I had like 130 ratio or something. I'm sorry, Pyro. Someone ruined my chances of being rich is that's a move for sure. That's how I feel all the time. Someone ruined my future wealth. Guys, the economy's not helping me. I think it's actually working against me. Oh no! sorry, Pyro. But seriously, I'm sorry that happened to you. It sucks when somebody jumps on the other side and ruins the odds, huh? They ruined the split a little bit. But yeah, today is episode 512. We're going to be working over Marla themes. Extended medley, but probably like a more talkative medley. Like, I'll probably just be chatting through the medley as well. What kind of dog is that? What kind of dog is that? That's a Sheen dog? What? Huh? What you drinking, says Dar? I'm drinking an Arnold Palmer. I made some lemonade a couple of days ago, and I made some tea this morning, and now I have an Arnold Palmer. Um, no, it's okay. It was funny, says Pyro. It was a funny bit. Why is the economy hate me? That's a Charlie Sheen reference. Might be incredibly dated at this point. I guess every Charlie Sheen reference is dated at this point. I hope homie's okay. Is it problematic to hope he's okay? I cheated because he mentioned it being tea. Oh, word. Yeah, I did mention at the top of the stream, Dar, what you missed, and it's okay because we're still in the cold open. The stream hasn't actually started yet. I do hope that everybody had a great day after Christmas if you weren't in here and I didn't see you and get to talk to you. Otherwise, yeah, today's going to be a chat medley, and also I'm gonna work on Marla some more. I'm gonna get it. Sometimes the plantings take a minute, but when I get them, I'm always really happy. I'm always really happy that I didn't rush and settle for something subpar. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. But yeah, I don't think the garbage truck's coming today. The dumpsters aren't even out, so that should be a sign, if anything. That should be a sign, if anything. I don't remember letting the Stream Elements bot tell people that things are on cooldown, but thanks Stream Elements bot, I guess. Whoa, hey Dotface. How are you doing? How was your Christmas? Ooh. Just ironing my shirt for Oxford this evening.
Dapper up.
Euceria is doing the dapper up. Euceria, pick a number between 15 and 36. That's an Agnes redeem. Thank you, Kaiju. That's a Booba redeem. Thanks, that face. There's Booba. I'm gonna go get the 17th bow tie while homie makes himself comfy. It was 17. It was 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17. Okay. No clash. No clash. That might actually, it'll be interesting. It'll be an interesting one. So the bow tie you have chosen, Euceria, bow tie number 17, looks like this. It's kind of got the cream. It's actually got a little bit of blue in it. It's not truly monochromatic. It's more of kind of a pastel, like Easter pattern. But it's probably going to work still with the monochrome. If not, it'll pop out a little bit, at the very least. I like the leaf in the top left corner looming over the screen. Oh, that's Nuba for sure. Oh, thank you, Cyber, for gifting a sub to Dot Phase. 29 gifted subs. 29? Ooh, I like that, says Euceria. This bow tie was not a purchase by me. This was a bow tie that was purchased for me in Las Vegas. For those of you that have been to Las Vegas, you know how, Never mind. Anyways, this bow tie was purchased for me in Las Vegas by somebody who I no longer am on speaking terms with, but I hope they're well. I wish them nothing but the best things. They're actually a pretty great person. Anywho, this bow tie also comes from Penguin. If you're familiar with the Penguin store, they sell a lot of like menswear, shoes, belts, ties, button-ups, things like that. And this is my only bow tie from that establishment. Thank you, Euceria, again for the Dapper Up Redeem. Redream, name of an album filled with piano-only compositions. Patented. Printed. We good. Can I do that? That's Firo's theme. Firo is a little bit of a walk away, so I'm gonna go grab him. Give me give me like 8 seconds. I have something. There you go. That cool name never went, huh? Thank you, Phase. I appreciate that. Oh. Oh. Hello, Bria Bobia. Why did that scare me? Oh, crap. Thank you, Kisa, for the follow, and thank you, Phase, for giving us up, or paying it forward, paying the gift forward to Bria Bobia? I keep on wanting to say Bria Boba because I'm looking at a boba jar. It's still good, thank you. When I'm making my Arnold Palmer, it's gotta be about 3/4 tea, 1/4 lemonade, or 2/3 tea, 1/3 lemonade. Like, it's always gotta be more tea than lemonade. And I think today I did more of a half and half, and it's a little tart. It's a little tart, buddy. This song is called I always start saying that before I actually have a song prepared. This song is called... Actually, I don't remember what this is called. Guys, what's this song called? I can't remember the name of this song, but I remember Isidora named it. I can play Jumpin' Jaybird after this. Welcome to the check-in, guys. It's check-in for episode of Morning Medley number 512. How was your Monday? It's Tuesday today. How was your Monday? The cloudiness in LA has been so nice. It's been this nice cloud cover that's been, again, as I've said before, it's like nice enough for my plants to get a little bit of sun, but not harsh enough for them to suffer from the heat, for sure. And so I'm pretty happy with it. Cyber says, Omni, Hungry Howie's has no dough bowl now. Their cup, oh, they have a no dough bowl? Oh. They're copying Papa John's, and it's for the worst. Do you want pizza but no carbs? Have you ever ordered a pizza and thought, ew, what is this gross stuff that's underneath my toppings? Help! Ew! Italy, why did you put bread at the bottom? Then we've got the treat for you. It's a bowl of toppings. Cheese, meat, sauce. It's got no form. It's disgusting. Yay! It's like a pizza stew. Remember that Feud review of the Papa Bowl? Yeah. And I'm glad that I saw that, because in my brain I was like, I don't see any way in which this isn't horrible. A meat salad. Oh. Have you ever wanted to eat a salad but thought, there's not enough meat in here? Are you tired of picking around the lettuce in your chicken Caesar salad? Have you ever looked at your salad and thought, there's not enough sauce on this? Anywho, I do need to go to Hungry Howie's. I need to give them more money. Because I love them very much. My local Hungry Howie's is ran by the wildest family, and I mean that with love and adoration. They are a wild bunch, they are. Welcome to the check-in. Tell me how your Monday was. Was there a Marlo redeem and I just didn't see it because Marlo doesn't have I don't actually look at the screen when I play. I go off of audio cues, and since Marlo doesn't have a theme yet, I wouldn't know if Marlo was actually redeemed. Euseria says, quick check-in. I'm okay. At work today. So I got a jet, but yesterday, I lost water for a bit. I read that as lost water weight, so I had to slow myself down. I lost water for a bit. Someone didn't let the faucets drip and paid the price. Since it wasn't on our side, we got our water back pretty quick. Other than that, not much else. Have a good day, everyone. Continue to shine brightly. We will. Through these clouds, we will shine. I hope you have a good rest of the day at work. For sure. Yeah. What is the chord for that? There it is. It's great lighting with these clouds, says All Bleach. Am I reading that right? All Bleach. Am I reading that right? It is good lighting with the clouds. It's really even lit. I always kind of have this this two-faced thing going on, no matter what time of day or what kind of weather we're having. Because of my window being up here, I always have this kind of monochrome face look, and I like it. It makes me think of the Batman animated series. You remember that one, All Bleach? All Bleach says, you got it right. It's a perfect softbox. Yeah. I'm, oops. Do you ever start saying something? You ever start saying something and your filter's like, we can't do that one. and something gets gummed up in the works, and it's like, we need a replacement phrase. We need a replacement phrase. The people are listening. Your mouth's open. We need something. Anything. And the people in the little factory of your little Osmosis Jones brain are just like, we didn't have anything prepared. We were just going to put out that garbage. Kaiju says, check in. Had a chill day yesterday. Spent my morning doing mostly nothing. Went to my mom's and painted her nails. You're nail painting. You're painting nails. Your nail painting phase reminds me of your power washing phase. Remember when you just couldn't stop power washing things? I remember. Anyways, went to my mom's and painted her nails and had IHOP for dinner with her. IHOP for dinner? What did you order? Maybe it's in the check-in. I have for dinner with her. Still having an allergic reaction to the medication, and I don't know really what to do about it. Just got my chest x-ray done, so I'm with all my pre-op tasks. I'm done with all my pre-op tasks and the night before surgery. Wow, until the night before surgery. 8 days to go. I have no filter, says All Bleach. Or I just start laughing before I say it. I will start laughing and then not say it. My filter is usually just a laugh and then a never mind. I realize that the end of the song, okay, my song that I have that goes like this, it's like wait. And then it goes. Those descending chords are very similar to Just Believing. So it's. And then Flight Plan, Just Believing is. And it just keeps descending. Are you seeing him? Are you hearing the parallels? Kaiju says, I got pumpkin spice pancakes. I was gonna get waffles, but they didn't have any fun seasonal flavors. Oh, word. The waffles were dry. Says Pernetic. I'm sorry to hear this. Pernetic, thank you for the Marla redeem. This is Marla. She's a nightmare. It's pretty. I like it. She's just a sensitive little baby who can't deal with the direct sun, for sure. But who can in this LA winter? Who can deal with direct sunlight? Okay, Marla. Last we seen you, I was working on something that sounded like this. No. That can't be her theme though, but boy do I love that. I love the. I like that part. It's so pretty. It's just. Dang, maybe Marla's trying to get that. Maybe Marla's telling me something. Maybe that is Marla's theme. Maybe she'll grow into it. Maybe it's one of those things. The theme starts off with a very Zelda-esque. Starts out very Zelda-esque, says Frenetic. Or is that just me? No, this bit? That might be Zelda-esque. I love getting up there, but I don't know how to climb down. That chord progression going up, especially at that part of the song, is like, I'm so happy to be there, but I don't know where to go next. It was basically like me when I first moved to Los Angeles. Cyber says, you're dangerously close to Wishing You a Wonderful Christmas by the Beatles. Whoa, sick. Guys, I'm just like them. I'm just like them. Who would have thought? It's me, John, Ringo, Peter, John, Ringo, George, and yeah, it's Steven. It's me. Lindsay says, check-in, part 2. I also got a really sick new drawing tablet. I think I'm only reading part 2. Should I go up and read part 1? Hold on. Check-in part 1. My oldest sister and her fiance visited for the holidays, and it was really, really nice to see them. They are a dink, double income, no kids household, so they were very generous. I've been trying to go to LA for the past year, but couldn't make it happen for various reasons. But she gave me a prepaid Visa card that will allow me to make the trip happen. I was so happy I cried. I've got to work out all the details, but yeah, I'm pumped. Zelda's Lullaby, I think, says Frenetic, is what it sounds like. Like the first few notes. It could. I'm such a whack Zelda head. Like, where I only know, what's the one that goes beep-a-da, beep-a-da, beep-a-da-da? That one? Dang it, I was gonna do it! Sometimes I hum things, and my hand knows exactly where to go, and it's just because I spend so much time in front of a keyboard that, like, I'm melding with the instrument, and I was on one, but I messed it up. We can't all be the final countdown. Who did that? Who did the Zia redeem? I'll see soon enough. Here's Zia. Zia is shedding those old fronds and getting plenty of good, new, big, fat, healthy ones. Zia is a staghorn fern. This is Zia's theme song. Check-in part 2 from Lindsay says, I also got a really sick new drawing tablet with a display monitor. I got a sick new drawing tablet with a display monitor, so that was wild. I've only used it once because of how busy I've been, but it feels so different from drawing on my old tablet. Got some other nice stuff too, feeling very, very lucky. Unfortunately, the winter storm made it so my sister's flight back was canceled, so they're driving all the way back to Baltimore. Be more. Baby, be more. They're driving back all the way back to Baltimore. I still have a couple of friends to hang out with before the holidays are officially over, so that should be fun. Sounds good. John Paul, George, and Ringo. Jean Paul. Did I get it? Did I name them? Did I do it? The only Beatle that's still relevant, and you can't remember it? Dang. Is that shouts at me, and the Beatles are kind of catching us stray in that one. Cyber says, with as many times Omni gets that sounds like Zelda feedback, you would think he would have played the games by now. You would think that, huh? You would think I would play those games that I'm not gonna share my opinions on in this stream, because I don't want to get in a fight. But I'm gonna put Nuba in the stream now. Nuba's only been like covering a small piece of the screen. Good morning, Fish Titan. Good morning, Fish Titan. Lost Woods for sure. Oh, is it what it sounds like? Lost Woods? Kaiju says, I don't know. I half remember the four Beatles merged into one French name. Jean-Paul. Jean-Paul, Jean-Paul. Omni Fight Night stream? One day, Jaime, but not today. I think I feel about the Zelda games the way Cyber feels about Dark Souls. Where he kind of like looks at it from afar and like watches somebody play and is just like, yeah, this isn't for me. I think I see it. I think I get what the whole thing is, and I'm chill. I'm cool. That's me with Zelda. But I do like the music in Ocarina of Time a lot, which is the only Zelda game I played from beginning to end. I didn't actually beat any of the other ones. I got part of the way through and was like, this womps. Remember Recess? Anyways, Fish Titan says, check in, got some grocery shopping done yesterday, and they finally restocked all my favorite frozen white rice. Whoa. You can freeze rice? But I'm stressing over whether or not I'm gonna get a new job in relation to how early I may or may not move out. Yo, that stuff in June, that stuff, Fish Titan, is so annoying. Trying to, like, line up two things in life is... I mean, you're preaching to the choir. Lining up expenses with income is always a challenge for me, especially that freelance life for sure. But I hope it goes well. And congratulations on getting the rice back. Baby, 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 get my rice back. Hello, Queen Kylaling? Or is it Queen Kylaling? Oh, that sounds... If I said it right the second time, I like the way that rolls off my tongue. I don't know what to do with my day now that I don't have any phone calls to make or appointments to schedule. What? Says Kaiju. You know what I do when I have nothing to do, Kaiju? I just invent new work. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I guess I'll spend 4 hours editing a video that people are going to see in this stream one time only. Maybe you could find some fun project to just pour a dumb amount of time into. Good morning, Queen, and thank you for coming in. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to Omni's Morning Medley. It is episode 512, and we are going over plant themes right now. We're not. We're doing the check-in. We're in the check-in. So tell me how your Monday was. I'm going over plant themes. Yes, me. You pronounced the second one. Right. Okay. Okay. Queen Kyla Lang. I like it. I like it a lot. I have a book I was going to read and annotate, and then give it to my mom. Maybe I can do that. Hold on. Kaiju, can we, like, talk for a second? Bye, Lindsay. Thanks so much for being here. Lindsay's got to go. Hold on. What was I saying? I was going to say something. I forgot it. I lost it. It's lost. Oh, wait, for annotating. What is that? What are you doing? What are you marking? What are you doing in that book? What are you doing? And then giving it to someone. What is that? Because I've heard somebody else say that, and I've never done that. I don't know what that is. When somebody says they're going to annotate a book, I just imagine them taking a red pen and, like, drawing a lot of arrows and saying, like, see me after class at the top of every page. Check-in from Cyber says, yesterday I woke up with plans to do chores. And I said, no chores. Sorry, let me start this over. Okay, Cyber says, yesterday I woke up with plans to do chores, and I said, no chores. So I had lunch with my wife and played basically God of War all day because I was tired of not having beaten the game, and I got really far, and I think I'm near... Oh, you still didn't beat it? Maybe today after quote-unquote work I'll finish it. Who knows? I hope you get to finish it. For sure. Because, the way I play video games is if I can't beat it in a certain amount of time, I, like, tap out. Like, I don't have good gamer endurance. Like, if I've been playing a game for, like, 2 weeks and I still haven't beat it, I just sometimes just stop playing it. Doesn't that suck? Isn't that whack? Kaiju says I'm putting little stick. Oh wait, Cyber says have a safe trip to LA, Lindsay. If it was like if Lindsay's leaving right now. Bye guys, I have to go. Ooh, I don't like that chord. Oh, I don't like that one. Well, I like that chord. I don't like those. I like how sad they sound. Kaiju says, I'm putting little sticky notes on bits where there's something I want my mom to know I think about at that part. Like if we're having a conversation with her while reading. That's wild! I've never been on the giving or receiving end of that. That's interesting. Wow. You putting in work. Lately I've been picking and choosing my times to play because, you know, the holidays, food, family, wife time, Apex, and that sort of thing. Sorry. I read that on autopilot. Cyrus says, lately I've been picking and choosing my times to play because, you know, the holidays, food, family, wife time, Apex, that sort of thing. I feel you. I feel you. A busy day. A busy life. But I'm determined. I think I won't play anything else until I finish it. Hmm. 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 I'm just thinking about all the games that I'm... Wow. If I could talk to like a young me, like a little tiny I love Crazy Taxi version of me, and be like, one day, Omni, you're gonna be stressed that you haven't finished a game. You know how games give you so much joy? One day they're actually going to be a source of like anxiety for you. You're gonna be worried about a game that you wish you had finished. So look forward to that, buddy. Um, Jaime says, it's been a minute and I've done a bunch of winter break. Sorry. I've done a bunch. Winter break is finally my moment to rest, and it feels like it's already about to end after it just started. Got to travel. Got to travel to NYC last week, and that was definitely sorry. The chat bumped. And that was definitely got to travel to NYC. Hello? To LibQueer. I'm sorry. That's a sick username. Some of you guys don't realize how sick that username that just popped up was, but that's a sick username. I like that. To live QWERTY, that's cool. Wow, that's good. That's a good username. Thanks for the follow and welcome. Welcome. Sorry, let me go back to work. Whew, okay. Jaime says, it's been a minute and I've done a bunch during winter. I've done a bunch. Winter break is finally my moment to rest, and it feels like it's already about to end, and it just started. Got to travel to New York City last week, and that was definitely an experience, but overall, just existing is the check-in. I mean, just existing is a good check-in for sure. Kaiju says, I've only done it once before. I check a book out from the school library and kept thinking of things I wanted to tell my boyfriend about while reading it, so I just started making notes in it. Ended up having to buy a replacement to give back to the library because I wrote on the pages. Oh my god. Wow. You know what, actually? I mean, what you're doing is pretty cool, but I just thought about it from a different perspective. It would be kind of cool to annotate a book and then come back to that book and reread it in like 10 years and read my own annotations to like see if my own thoughts and feelings have changed about the book. Because I keep a journal, right? And there are some times where just for like sick fun, I'll like pop open a page from like 2012 or something like that and read a thing that I wrote and just be like, wow, dude, I was a different man. Check in. I'm feeling a lot better. I'm feeling a lot better, says Jelly Star. That's good. Today I'm catching up on all the work stuff that I missed last week. Yesterday, the fancy new meditation office chair I ordered with my work from home stipend arrived, and it's great for people like me who are incapable of sitting in chairs like normal people. My friend brought brought their Christmas dinner leftovers yesterday, and I'm happy to report that flavor is returning to my life.
Oh, God! It is so good to see you.
Me too. Me too, in a little way, in a small way. Same deal here. Same. Sorry, I keep getting like distracted. My brain is all over the place. Every time somebody gives me a check-in, I keep like hyper relating to it, and I'm just like, God dang, man, life's a mess. All right, where was I? Thank you, and welcome in, Cinnamon. I hope you're doing marvelously. Cyber says, I just had a random thought back to when I went to the zoo and I almost tried the juice. Remember the juice, Omni? Remember the fascination with the juice? No. What juice? What juice? When you say juice, I think of the blue stuff that barbers have that make it smell good. That's basically a major story impetus in Rushmore, a very kind of Wes Anderson plot point, says Chaos Nick. Oh, annotations. Oh. Hey, what's up, by the way? It's not Chaos Nick, it's just Chow. Like the Chows in Sonic? Have I seen Rushmore? I don't think I've actually seen Rushmore. I have seen quite a few Wes Anderson films, though. Yeah, Kaiju, I keep floating away. It's nuts. It's really bad. Jaime says, now that's the move. That's how I feel watching Scott Pilgrim. Every few years, with a clean slate and going back and really loving the movie and appreciating what they were doing artistically, but story-wise, Wish I would have taken notes to look back on that. Oh. I mean, Scott Pilgrim... I don't want to talk about Scott Pilgrim. Turns out I don't want to talk about Scott Pilgrim in today's stream, I don't. Hyper-relating, I love that. It says Fish Titan. It's a bad thing. I feel like there's a valve inside of me that there's like a reasonable amount of relating to things around me, and sometimes it gets skewed where I'm either hyper relating to everything I see and hear, or I'm not at all relating. Like I'm on this other end where people are like, I don't think he has empathy at all. Like I go from that side to a side where I'm like looking at a scene in Dumb and Dumber, and I'm like, he just like me, man. He just like me. I don't even know if I can finish this movie. Like. This dude is me. I gotta get out of here. The juice from the plant. Oh, right. Cyber, that's right. We gotta drink it. Make what smell good? You know, the stuff. All the tools. All the blades and stuff like that. All their slicers and their dicers. It is Chaos. Nice to see you again. I rediscovered you. Thank you, Chaos. And welcome back. Rush Anderson sounds like a rapper, actually, now that I say it out loud. Jelly... says, I mean, flavor returning to my life from lack of taste is returning, but she also knows how to season food, so that definitely helps. I feel you. I know what you meant, Jelly, because COVID, you lost the taste. But when you said it, I was just thinking, I don't want to say what I was thinking of, and wow, man. Wow. You guys are throwing me like through wormholes right now, and you're not doing it on purpose. I know it's not intentional. But I feel like for whatever reason, maybe it's the mood that I'm in, every word you guys say is like... I get like shot back to like 7 years ago, and I'm like having like a little freak out, or I'm like shot like 7 months into the future, and I'm like, oh no, what am I gonna do about that? Yeah, something's wrong with me. Should I even do my check-in? Christ. Yesterday was Monday. You guys saw me. We did an extended medley. Today is Tuesday. What had happened in between? A friend of mine came over. It was really nice. I hadn't seen her in a while. She gave me a plant. Oh, wow. I didn't realize realized Nobu hadn't been redeemed. Here's Nobu's theme. Thank you, Kaiju. And here's Nobu. Nobu is a Palea plant who has been kind of annoying lately, but not dead, so you know what they say. As long as you're alive. As long as you're alive, there's still a chance. There's still hope. As long as you're still breathing. Oh, what's up? Cake Olives? Keiko Olives? Now I've forgotten how to say your username. I think it was Keiko Olives, but I'm going to say Olives. Please, what's the title of that music? What I just played, that's called Nobu's theme. So, Kaiju just redeemed Nobu, this Palea plant, and that's Nobu's theme song. Dar says, not much happened to me yesterday, same. Felt kinda icky, same. Still feel a little icky, same. Talked to TJ and Aang for an unserious amount of time about an unserious amount of things. I didn't get to do that, though. 3/4 of the way through JoJo Part 5. Hopefully I get some art done today. That's it. Hey, what's up, Tendergrunts? I feel you, Dar. I don't know, man. I don't know what you mean by icky, but like, I've historically hated this time of year. Not like just Christmas time, but specifically, guys, that time between Christmas and New Year's is like never a stable feeling for a lot of people. A lot of people feel a lot of instability there, but for me, that instability is not coupled by like, oh, the birth of my Lord. You know, it's not also accompanied with like warm, fuzzy Christmas feelings. It's just nothing but instability. It's like, what's going on? The money, where did it go? Do I exist? You know, when you haven't gotten a text for like 5 minutes and you start asking yourself if you are real, if you are indeed existing. Jaime says, I've been curious, honestly. How is the art school going? What classes are you taking? Wow, that's actually a good question, Jaime. I feel like whenever somebody says they go to art school, my brain just goes, art classes. Art 101, animation 202, and business 303. Cyber redeems question. I don't know why that doesn't work anymore. You guys didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. Y'all didn't hear it. Did you see it? I didn't see it. Oh, Cyber. I wasn't talking about anything important. I was talking about art school. Mailman, is it for me? I do have something that's supposed to be getting delivered today. And I've been like that annoying person that's been checking the tracking info because I think I have to sign for it. And have you guys ever done that thing where you've ordered something and then it got like you weren't home to sign for it, then it got taken back to the facility or whatever, and it turns into this whole thing that should have been so simple, you know? and it didn't used to be that big of a deal. Like, I think that I'm just spoiled by like one day Amazon shipping and tracking information. Like I feel like I remember when I used to have things in the mail on the way to me and there was no tracking info. Um, but it's so hard to imagine going back to not having that. Cyber, what is something that you were old enough to remember when it wasn't a thing? So you should essentially be okay with not having it, but you just can't go back. It's like a technological advancement that really has changed your life so significantly where you're just like, I can't imagine being without this thing anymore. This sucks. Anywho, Kaiju says, easy answer, the internet, says Cyber. I'm gonna need some elaboration on that. I'm gonna need some elaboration on that. Because the internet was a thing, right? But like, what about the internet? Is there like a specific thing? Is it the communication of the internet? The internet's so big. We used to play outside, Omni. But the thing is, when I was playing outside, the internet still existed, I'm pretty sure. It didn't exist at this level for, like, there wasn't Gaia Online. And... oh, the things I want to say. Anyways, there wasn't stuff. But there was still internet. There was still internet. In my brain, the internet didn't start existing until like 2002, and I know that's not true. I know that's not true. It can't be. It like just legit can't be. But in my head, that's when it started happening. Jaime says there wasn't Gaia Online. Yeah, there was no Gaia Online when I was a little kid. I remember a time before. Dial-up, baby, says Tinderguns. Yeah, like dial-up. Like, yeah. Cyber, do you specifically mean post-dial-up? Can you still do dial-up? Dial-up still exists, right? Like, you can still access dial-up, right? Dar says, I'm not actually doing art in the way I want, and likely I won't be for a while. Ugh, Dar. God dang it, Dar. Ooh. Ooh. Y'all are killing me today. Jesus Christ. Maybe I'm emotional. Maybe it's the one day out of a year where I'm really emotional. You guys are saying things, man. Ooh. It's hard to gauge how large my creative stamina is when I'm in school. School is already a job. Oh. Eek. Oh boy. Oh man, alright, sorry. I would never have known you existed without it. Talking about the internet, says Cyber. You forgot how old I am. Technically, I forget how old everybody is, but I feel like the internet existed before 2002. The internet existed in the 90s. Here's what I think. Here's what I have to say. Nothing, I guess. Having unlimited information instantly, anytime, 24/7 says all your base. Yeah, for sure. Like, there was internet, and then there was that. There was internet, and then there was that. I mean, internet existing since the 80s. Internet existed since the 80s. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's why I was saying, like, to be, like, that's why I was asking Cyber to elaborate. Not because I was, like, trying to be too pedantic, but I was like, the internet's been around for, like, a long time now at this point. But, like, specifically what? Like, for me, it would be social media. Social media, right? Like, email didn't significantly change my life. Even necessarily going to websites didn't really change the way I interacted with people. But, like, social media, when it became, like, me specifically interacting peer-to-peer with, like, somebody on the internet that had, like, an icon, like a little, and a username, like, that is when things, really changed for your old curmudgeonly boy over here. Kaiju says, I mean, internet exists since the 80s. Yeah, for nerds and text only, BB. We're on that web 2.0. Cyber, were people as annoying about web 2.0 when it debuted, do you think, as people are right now about web 3.0? Like, were there web 1.0 people that were like, I'm so sick
of these Web 2.0 bros. They're so annoying. Shut up. Like, was it like that? Because I've had it up to here with Web 3.0 discourse. Like, just stop talking to me. Pre-Gaia, post-Gaia. Pre-Gaia, I was way more... Gaia's where I got a lot of my confidence from, honestly, Jaime. Pre-Gaia, I think that talking to people I liked was very difficult. Gaia made it easier for me to then make some steps towards improving at doing that in real life. Sorry I'm so quirky and relatable, Omster, says Dar. It's okay. Omni's testosterone finally let up on him. Dar, you know it's wild. I was talking about this 2 days ago. I was talking about this on Christmas, where I was like, why don't I have a hairy chest? What happened to me? What happened? What happened in the mix? What happened in the baby batter sauce mix where like I didn't end up with a hairy chest? Why does like every man in my family have like a hairy chest? And I have this like, I got a chest like, imagine like if you cut like 1/4 of Dwayne The Rock Johnson, like half of one of his boobs, that's what my chest looks like. Cyber says, you're feeling a little emotionally raw. I can sense it. I'm an empath. Wait, Cyber, are you being serious? If you're being serious, I didn't mean to laugh, but that is a joke. Ending anything with I can sense it, I'm an empath is like a really, really good joke format. Kaiju says, it was mostly college students in computer science programs who could access it until like the mid-90s. Word. Intranet? Tinderground says, looks like dial-up still exists for the most rural. Petty Page? Wait, hold on. Let me get to the bottom. Because I can't see if it's gifted or not or what's going on. Petty Page, thank you? ? Looks like dial-up still exists for most of rural areas that aren't able to get other forms of internet due to lack of cable infrastructure, says Tindergrunts. Shoutouts to the, I don't know, the Appalachian Mountains or something. I don't know who's doing dial-up right now, but shout out to y'all. Because like when I go over to my homie's place and they got fiber optic, I feel like the dial-up dude. I feel like the dial-up dude that's like, they still don't have it in my area. And local internet moguls say they don't know when we're gonna get it. Preach King, says Cyber. I don't even remember what I was preaching. Was it me? Am I king? Tenderground says, thought stream froze for a sec. No, I was just, I just didn't have anything to say. My bad. Well, I'm not entirely technological. Oh, wait. I'm moving. That's a message for Jaime. My bad. The only reason why Web 2.0 exists as a concept is because some idiot defined Web 3.0, so they had to retroactively name the previous internet. Oh, I actually didn't know that. My bad. Flamant. Tenderground says, I'm sure they were, but probably much more leaned towards the Web 2.0 improvements. I don't know what I'm talking about, though. Me neither. I never do. You're pre-him. I'm post-him, says Dar. Who is him? My mom just got Wi-Fi for the first time in February. Her area didn't offer wireless before then. That's impressive. Also, Omni says, Jaime, not sure if it's the vibe, but Gleam Dream to me feels very art. Gleam Dream to me feels very art. It's very conceptual in a way that connects with me artistically in a way a lot of music doesn't. Like, most music is just for listening, but Gleam Dream really hits me in a way where I want to understand it deeper. Like, there is just enough showing on the surface that makes me want to dig deeper. That is all. Thank you, Jaime, for saying that. I do really appreciate you for, 1, for saying that, and 2, for listening to it. I'm not allowed to do that very often for obvious reasons. Like there's a reason why there wasn't Gleam Dreams before Gleam Dream, and there's a reason why I'm probably not going to be able to do something like that again for quite some time. It's like it's very weighted in a way that I think as an artist you were punished for making very weighted stuff, and so a lot of artists' workarounds is trying to make something that is just as fun on a surface level experience as it is on a deeper dive. And so the struggle mostly with Gleam Dream wasn't actually making it narratively weighted. It was more so making it listenable because, you know, it could have just devolved into a lot of songs that sound like Broke Boy versus the Great Panic Attacks, and like obviously I can't put out 20 songs that sound like Broke Boy versus the Great Panic Attacks because people will hate it. Cyber says, and I only joined Gaia because I was following some girl IRL. Cyber. I hated the website. If I'm gonna be completely honest, a bunch of folks begging for Gaia credits, non-stop trade, digital scarcity. It was a mess. Such is life. Gaia was just a really good mirror to how life is. And anybody who played Gaia to try to escape real life were very sorely disappointed because Gaia was just a mess where there was a lot of clicks, the systems were broken, the economy was upside down constantly. There was a huge class system. Oh my god. Just the class gap in Gaia. Whew, man. It was wild. It was like Cold War Russia for sure. Cyber says, you know me, Omni. What do I know? Ooh, oh, what do I know? What do I know? It was Petty Page. Petty Page, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here also. Good morning to you. Kaiju says, just posted a clip in the Discord of Omni's scorching hot take of a few minutes ago. Missed the last couple of minutes because I was making the clip. I don't even remember what I had a hot take on. Calling it Web 2.0 on launch would have been like calling it World War I in 1920, says King Bertle. I like that take, but no, I like that take. I know. Instead of the Great War. I know. It would be like calling it Rush Hour 1, Final Fantasy 1. Oh, that's my favorite funny voice of yours, says Dar. I don't even remember which one I did. Olive says, I really like your album. I would like to know what do you do to constantly have inspiration for your music? Just live life. Me, I just live life. We live life over here. We take life by the horns and we live it. We get up on the horse and we put that bottle of milk down and we live it as hard as we... Whoa, cool glass distortion trick. Whoa, that was cool. Sorry. In answer to your question, Olives, a sincere answer to your question. What do you do to constantly have inspiration for your music? I talked to somebody else about this morning, where I live an intentionally unstable life. Hold on. Okay, so when I was in Arizona, Olives, I used to live in a really dry, arid wasteland that some people refer to as Arizona or Arizona. And I spent most of my life there. I spent my my formative years there. And oh, this is a long story. I hope you're wearing a seatbelt, actually, Olives. I had an aging grandmother. Well, we're all aging, right? Let me just say I had a grandmother, and she was in her high 90s. She was like 97, I believe, at the time. And she needed assisted living. My mom did not want to put her in a home or anything, and so my mom and me both got certified to care for her in our own home. So we did have like a nurse coming in to do in-home care, and eventually we got certified so that we can take care of our family member. I did have to quit my job to do this, though, because that's a lot of work. So, since I was like, I'm already certified to do this thing, I started actually working for an agency, a healthcare agency called called Concentric, which was then purchased by Alaris. I don't need to get into the details there, but I was a caregiver and a habilitations technician. So I also worked with children and old people, which is kind of my demographic. But point is, I was doing a lot of like caregiving and working in physical therapy clinics and stuff like that. It was chill. However, eventually, while working that job, I got to a point where I was very stable. As some of you guys know, the medical industry, even at the bottom rungs, is like pretty decent money, especially if you live in a place like Arizona, which has a really high retirement community population. So that's what I was doing. I was doing that for years and years. And even though my life was very stable, I did notice something. I could say
like derisively, I was bored. Oh, it was boring. Everything was the same. But what was really happening is I wasn't inspired by anything in life, you know? I was very comfortable. Things were very safe. Things were very predictable. I was never really put in a position where I was uncomfortable because I was in kind of control of everything. I was in control of where I was. I was in control of where I was going. I was in control of how much money I was making. I was in control of what I was spending that money on. I was in control of who I would even encounter in a day-to-day like existence. I was in control of who would spend time with me. I was in control of who could see me and who I could see. It was a controlled environment. But it was incredibly stifling creatively, and I was miserable. I was emotionally stunted. And so, after experiencing that, Olives, I've chose to live a much more unstable, or I should say a destabilized existence, where my friend groups are kind of in flux all the time. I'm never really in one place for too long. I don't spend a lot of time at home. Even if I'm going to be working on stuff, I prefer working in different environments. The fact that I'm even doing this stream is just another thing. Like, I try to challenge myself to do other things, go different places, put myself in positions where I actually think I'm uncomfortable, put myself in positions where I feel like I'm a little bit at risk of failure or embarrassment or humiliation or, you know, things like that. And I think even though that those things can be very trying and challenging emotionally and mentally, I think they're also the source of most, if not all, of my inspiration. You know, going to a restaurant that looks like a place you wouldn't actually want to eat, watching a movie that looks like something you wouldn't actually want to see, going and living in a place that looks like something that you wouldn't actually be able to survive or thrive in. I know that what I'm describing is like terrible for a lot of people. Some people like hear what I'm saying and go like, oh my god, that sounds like some type of willed torture. That sounds like self-harm. I would much prefer to live in like a comfy, you know, bubbled existence where I do have a lot of control of what's happening around me. It's more secure and it's more stable. But to give the long answer to your question, where does the inspiration from all the art come from? It just comes from being in places that are unpredictable, learning experiences that I wouldn't get if I was truly comfortable. Anywho, Guy is a reflection of life today, says Jaime. LMAO, wow, MoMA, better put the guy online in the permanent collection. I actually kind of feel that way, and I know we're not the only two, Jaime. It's a thing. Guy is a really good reflection of society, for sure. Exactly. BioShock is good too, says Cyber. BioShock was pretty good. BioShock was pretty dang good. I actually like BioShock 2 a lot. I know a lot of people like are like 1's the best, 2's alright, and then 3's whatever, but like actually I think the order might be 3, 1, 2. When people are going best to worst, or most loved to least loved, but I love 2. 2 did a really cool thing that I don't really need to get into because of spoilers. Dar says, Omni is taking a long walk for your answer. Be grateful. Be grateful for that meandering nonsense I just said. I hope so. I hope so. Olive, you still here? Olive, you still here? Kaiju says, I'm going back to bed. I'm going back to friggin' bed. Dang, all right. I can't deal with cat poop rolled into the carpet under my desk chair. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. That is a lot. Yeah. It's important to be uncomfortable to grow, says Petty. You can't grow and just be comfortable all the time. Petty? We don't need to talk about it. But you're right. BioShock, so good. 2 is so good. Sorry. BioShock, so good. 2 is so good for combat specifically. For combat especially, says Petty Page. I agree with this, Petty Page. This is a good take. People are very divided on the third one. I also think BioShock 2 gets an unfairly bad rap, though. I agree with this, obviously, from what I just said. But yeah, I love BioShock 2. Whenever I hear Arizona, I think of that episode of King of the Hill where they say, this is a testament to man's arrogance. Oh, when they go to Arizona, it's like, yeah. It kind of is, right? Like, Arizona is really, like, Arizona to me actually feels like Detroit in that whenever I go there during their season, their season, I'm like, why did people stop?
Like, if I was settling land and I experienced that winter, I would be like, oh, we got a dip, y'all. Like, this is actually not for humans. This isn't human land. This is land for, like, polar monsters and stuff like that. Arctic creatures. We are but humans. We need to go somewhere else. Stick to the equator. That's where we belong. Olive says, so it's by experiencing as much situations as possible. What do you think about traveling, then? I'm slow to write. I have to translate sentence in my head. You're good, Olives. Algosaurus? Algaeosaurus. Algaesaurus? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Olives, what do I think of traveling? I think traveling is very important. I did have a very sobering conversation with somebody about traveling because I realized traveling is responsible for a lot of my growth as a person. And really, what else are we supposed to do in life but grow? Oh, man. Oh, maybe I am emotional. Guys, you don't need to do anything in life. All you need to do is grow. I feel like so many people get, like, really hard on themselves culturally, economically, financially, romantically, mentally, physically. People, like, really get hard on themselves, and I get that, you know. But all you have to do, I feel, is grow in life. You're a baby. Grow. Just grow. Get taller, get bigger, get stronger, get smarter. Open your mind a little bit, get a little bit more empathetic, you know, get a little bit more understanding. Just grow. That's the only thing that you really should be doing. That is the only thing you should be doing. Who cares if you, like, didn't make I don't know, valedictorian or something like that? Who cares if, like, you're not making six figures? Who cares? Like, I know those things matter. Those things have merit and value. But, like, ultimately, just grow, man. That's the only thing you really have control over. Your money, you can get robbed. Your homies, they can disappear. Your loved ones, unfortunately, they can... Nothing's permanent is what I'm saying. But just try to grow. That's the only thing I really feel like you can have some true agency and security over, where you're like, nobody can take growth away from you. Nobody's gonna de-grow you. Nobody's going to demature you, or, you know. And so just try to grow, I would say. And I would say that traveling is a really, really easy, quote unquote, easy cheat to easy growth, like fast growth. Because if you put yourself in a foreign environment, you just have to learn. You can't not learn. Like, you can be the most, like, America fanboy and go to Hong Kong. And you can go to Hong Kong still with your, like, I don't want to use chopsticks. Where's the McDonald's? I just want to eat American food. Where's the American flag? It's time to Pledge of Allegiance. Like, you can still go over there and be, like, a super patriot. But you just can't not learn. Even the most close-minded, like... red-blooded American going into Hong Kong has to learn something. Even begrudgingly, you have to learn. You have to grow to some extent in a way that you wouldn't have to if you just stayed in Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? So traveling is easy growth. I think it's good. However, I'm saying that from a place of privilege from a few different reasons. One, my job involves a lot of travel. Two, I'm a dude, which it's easier for me to travel alone than it is. Like, I can just go and, like, run around the streets, I guess, in Korea in the way that, like, some, like 5 foot tall, like, girl can't. And does that mean it's impossible? No. But I do recognize that there's a different comfort level, you know? Right? Like, when I'm like, oh, I want to go into the city and just, like, oh, we explore. And, like, I run around and I get into trouble. It's different. You know, it's different for me than it would be for somebody else. And so I do recognize that. So when I say traveling is important for growth, I'm not saying like, oh, if you don't travel, like you're closed-minded, because I understand it's different for a lot of people, both physically, mentally, emotionally, and financially. But if I'm attributing a lot of my growth to one thing, or the majority of my growth to one thing, it's probably traveling. And I don't even mean like always internationally. I could just mean traveling, like getting on the train and going up to Washington, right? Like I did last month, or taking the bus like into Carson, where I never go. Like just going, traveling, and seeing new things, hearing new things, smelling, eating new things, talking to different people. Like that stuff is freaking important, man. Like if you're trying to grow, right? If you're not trying to grow, then You're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You're doing great. King Burl says people are very divided on the third one. Talking about Bioshock. I read that. Let me get back to where I was. Oh, big agree, says Petty Page. Big agree. Yes, growing and becoming a better version of yourself. Yeah, it's super important. Work harder, make it better, do it faster. It makes us stronger, says King Burl. Quoting fact, but also quoting Daft Punk. Valedictorian. I think that's what it's called, Dar. Valedictorian. Get a fact check on that one. Is that what Elon Musk calls it? Me shooting you my degrowing ray. Oh no. Dar's trying to denature my proteins. King Birtle says that's trial by fire you're describing. Amen. 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 I'll be back in a bit, says Cyber. All right. I'll be here. I ain't going nowhere. Speaking of American food, I could go for a burger today. Could you now? Could you now? From where? What are we thinking? Have you had the window, by the way, Jinjo? Have you had the window yet? I recommend it. It might be a little far from you, maybe, but I recommend it if you haven't tried it. It's just like a good burger to try, and it's not expensive. I'm a dude. He's a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes. Hey, says Cyber, quoting Good Burger. Kel's character. Was his name just Kel in the movie? No, it couldn't have been, right? Mikey? Doug? True that, says Jaime. I had a teacher say that to us in high school. You don't gotta travel far to get new experiences and growth of any kind. The world is both larger and smaller than ever. I agree with this. Value Victorian, says King Burtle. My bad. Did I say Valley Victorian? I think it's Value Victorian. Like the queen herself. Denature my protein, says Dar. I mean, take a guy out to dinner first. Amen. Amen, Dar. I'm more of a... Never mind. You almost got me. The window to the wall. Burger and fries, that's all. It actually has shakes too, but I feel like that's such a burger thing. I was talking to Pernetic about this in Washington, where like every burger place is like, it's almost like they have to have shakes. Like if you're a burger place in America, you have burger fries and you have a shake, and I've never quite understood that. I don't quite know why shakes are such a burger shop thing. Like it's like a given, like mandatory. You have to do the shake also. His name was Ed, says Jelly. Thank you, Jelly. His name was Ed. Kel's name in Good Burger was Ed. We don't really need shakes with burgers, says Petty Page. Some weird 50s nostalgic choice. Oh, actually, wow, you're absolutely right. You might have assumed I already knew that, and I think on some level I did, but I didn't really think about it like that, right? Yeah. It's because all of the freaking, like, soda fountain places and the burger shops in the 50s had shakes, and yeah, because that's what they were doing. They had the soda jerks and stuff like that. I still get them, but we don't need them, says Petty Page. I agree with this. Gene just says, I feel like garbage after a shake with a burger. I probably would as well. I don't really do it, but it just seems like a lot. Yo, I felt like a shake just now that it came up. Oh, you want one? You want one now? I haven't had a shake in like a decade. I've never had a milkshake. I'm gonna be honest too. I don't really understand them. I think somebody told me that it's just ice cream and milk blended together, which is interesting to me because isn't milk in ice cream? Like, what is that? Dar says it's racism. They know black people are lactose intolerant, so the government pushed out pro milkshake propaganda. Oh, heavens. What are the other illusions of mandatory food things? Shakes and burgers do be mandatory illusions. I mean, sometimes it's like super corporate, right? Like Coke and anything. Like every time Coke is paired with something, I was like, money exchanged hands for sure for this. Pilk? Can we count Pilk, Jaime? Dar spittin'. Agreed. Darby Doobie spit. Dardoobie? Jesus Christ. It's ice cream, milk, and some flavoring, says King Birtle. I mean, I'm a big milk drinking culture. I'm from a big milk drinking culture, says King Birtle. Word up. I wasn't really raised on milk like that. I generally know it just be ice cream, sometimes softened, plus some syrup or topping. I didn't drink milk as a kid. Like, that really wasn't a thing. My mom never gave us glasses of milk. That wasn't really how we rolled. Milk was cereal for sure, but I never saw milk as a beverage. I think my brain looks at milk the same way I look at butter. I look at milk as like an ingredient to other things. Like, it's kind of an ingredient. Like, there's milk in butter, or there's milk in ice cream. You know, there's milk in cheese. Like, there's a lot of things that I eat that have milk in it for sure. But like, just straight up drinking milk wasn't really a thing I was raised on for sure. I was mind blown back when my dad told me that being lactose intolerant was the norm worldwide. Yeah, it's pretty normal. Yeah, it's pretty normal. People just don't really talk about it. I think they do now, but when I was a kid, they definitely weren't talking about it. Drinking a straight up glass of milk is bonkers to me. It'd be like eating butter. Oh yeah, we were on the same wave. To quote a student of mine, lactose intolerant people drink more milk than the rest of us. They got to compensate. I think that like lactose intolerance was. This is a weird conversation, but there's a lot of things that we talk about more because we understand more now, that when I was a kid in school were treated like legit disease. Like if a kid had asthma, or if a kid had like lactose intolerance, or if somebody had like scoliosis or anything like that, we did look at them like, oh bro, weird, you know. Like, I think he might die at 20. I don't know if we can bet on this one. Like, we all kind of looked at, because we just didn't know. There wasn't a lot of information given to the kids when like stuff like that happened. Like, if you were one of the kids that had to go to the like nurse's office to take your like meds before lunch or whatever, and you got to leave early before the rest of us, like, we looked at those kids like, whoa, what's going on there? But like, now with time and things like that, not only have I learned about more things that you can be born with or develop as a kid, but they just all seem so much more normalized and manageable and less weird and scary to me, I guess, now. When somebody as a kid said lactose intolerant, I thought it was like a peanut allergy, where I was like, oh, you just got screwed over at birth, right? But yeah, it's super common, lactose intolerance. When I worked at the grocery store in high school, the baggers and stockers would buy gallons of milk and try to chug the whole thing without ralphing. Spoiler alert, it's impossible. I was a bag boy. That was my first job. We didn't do that. We did have we had a room, our break room, that was like behind the florist, where they had this big tank of helium where they would blow up the balloons, you know, the like happy birthday balloons that they sell at the florist. And every lunch, I would go in there and I would be like on the helium. Like, bro, you don't know, man. I could probably be like Congress. I could be like, you know, Supreme Court. I could be the superior justice of the Supreme Court, man. You don't know. The helium had me goofed. The helium really knocked me down a peg, and what you guys are experiencing now is a man who really, really buggered his potential by sucking in that helium. I was going hamburger. That crap. And you know what's weird? When you suck in helium, the changing of your voice, one, is not that funny. I think it's that your brain is so addled that you're more prone to like humor. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, nobody was scientifically explaining to me what was happening. But I remember the first time I saw somebody suck the helium out of a balloon and then talk with that voice, I was like, I need that in my life. You're telling me I can sound like that? That's not a magic trick? That's just science? Like, sign me up for chemistry next semester, because I would like to get more of that in my, like, science is amazing. It does so many cool things and it explains so many amazing phenomena for sure. But that, when I was like a teenager, was like, get me helium and get me it now. And so when we got that big tank, it was like 5 feet, 6 feet tall, this huge helium tank that they had a hose on to fill up the balloons. When I was in there alone, man. Anyways, smoker's lung commercial, but it's just someone who sounds like they're permanently on helium. You do get head high when you do helium, says Dar. It's not exactly a high. It's unpleasant to me. I'm sorry to hear that, Dar. I wish it was unpleasant to me. Maybe I wouldn't have done it as much back then. The milk lobby made drinking milk normal so they could make more money, is what I heard, says Pity Page, and that's why we had those Got Milk commercials. This is actually true. Ultraviolet says a lot of milk talk going on in here. Yeah, you're right. I'm allergic to the proteins in milk. I'm allergic to something. Ultraviolet, I don't know if it's the proteins. I don't know if it's the proteins or what, actually. Dar says, I like a milkshake from time to time. Sometimes the spoon feels like an unnecessary middleman, you know? You just want to chug the bad boy? He grew out of it, but it was rough for a bit there, says King Birtle. Talking about a little brother having an allergy to proteins in milk. That's serious, I guess. That's pretty serious. You were goofed on the helium, too. I still have dreams where I'm working at a grocery store and it no longer exists, but my brain still has the floor layout and the aisles memorized. It's uncanny, for sure. That was a good first job. Crap, we're like just having real talk. I don't know. Like, having my first job be a bag boy was so important for me because, first of all, I worked 6 days a week. I worked Monday through Saturday, directly after school until close, and then I did my homework. Well, I didn't. I was going to say I did my homework really quick before I went to bed, but the truth is I just didn't. I just got poor grades because I cared more about making money than making good grades, and so I worked a lot. But I think I was making $5.15 an hour. And they treated us, you know, when you're a bag boy, you're literally at the bottom. You know, you're at the bottom of the grocery store rung ladder, I guess. And so I was making $5.15 an hour, and I remember the day where I got a raise to $5.25 an hour, and how good I felt. And I think back on that both as like such a beautiful thing about me, and also one of the maybe worst things about me, and why I needed to get out of there. Sometimes, like, when the world adjusts my ceiling or it adjusts my floor, I adapt so fast that I get, like, whiplash, right? Like, you go to a place, like, you get a job making that, and you're just like, whoa, $5.15 an hour. Whoa, $5.25 an hour, that's huge. That's a big raise. Or, like, I move out here, and I'm looking at apartments that are, like, $2,700, and then I find one that's $2,200, and I'm like, 22, that's a steal! Get out of my way, get out of my way, get out of my, it's mine! It's like, I just adapt so fast that I lose like a sense of reality on like what is a lot, what is a little, what I should be proud of, what I should be ashamed of. It's kind of weird. But yeah, I'm really grateful for having that job as a bag boy. One of the coolest things that it taught me is it taught me that the social dynamics of high school don't matter. Because when you're in high school, that crap feels like it matters. And all of the grown-ups tell you, oh, when you graduate, none of this is going to matter. You're not going to care anymore. But you don't care, man. It doesn't feel like that. Like, that's what I think a lot of adults, even me, myself now as an adult, don't understand. Like, you tell a kid, yo, in 10 years, you're not even going to remember that girl anymore. Or, like, you're not going to care about getting detention after you graduate. Yeah, that's all nice to say, but you're telling it to somebody who has never been out of that. Like, you're trying to explain the fourth dimension to somebody who lives in the third dimension. You can't do that. You just have to understand that they're like crushed and their world is small and it's broken, and then you have to just encourage them to expand their world. Because when I got that job, I understood it. I was like, oh, all those people at my high school, they don't matter. Like, what matters, like, at the end of the day, like, there's just bubbles, a series of bubbles, and now I'm in the grocery store bubble. A lot of the stuff in here matters, but the second I leave the store and I go back to school, nobody's going to care if I made Employee of the Month. If I show up at work late, nobody's going to care that I got, like, freaking Sweet Thing's phone number. Like, it's not a thing. It doesn't matter. So it was a really good lesson for that, getting a job that early. I got a job at 15, and so it was a really good lesson for that. But also, it was a bad lesson I learned getting that job is I learned that maybe this is just my experience, so let me not project, but in my experience, you very quickly become a workhorse, right? Like, when you first get hired at a place, there is this semblance of, like, humanity where people treat you like a human, where they're like, oh, wow, how's this going? How's this going? But something happens, and I feel like it's really subtle, and I didn't pick up on it right away, but after a while, you're just kind of a guaranteed part of that machine. And it makes sense. They have to trust you to show up and do the thing. But at a certain point, I stopped feeling like a human being, and started feeling more like a. I'm trying not to use the word cog in a machine because that's the trite and I guess a well worn path of a phrase as far as that feeling. But I did just start to feel like not a person, and yeah, so I learned a lot of good things. I learned some bad things, but bag boy specifically, because I know that's not everybody's first job. Some people actually have a really nice first job, but my first job was like, I mean, I wasn't digging ditches, right? Petty pages, I started working full-time straight after college, and that helped me learn that real quick. After high school, not college. Oh, word. I did not go to college. Everyone gasp. Started feeling like a floppy horse in the Elden thing. Yeah, for sure. For real. For real. I mean, I feel like the floppy horse right now. But I am very grateful for that job. Ugh. I'm so... And that's the thing. Because I tried hard. Ugh. Man, I don't want to talk about Japan. I don't want to talk about Japan, but I will say my parents instilled a very pride for your work. As a kid, they were like, be proud of your work. Show up and do the best you can. Be able to stand by your work. Be able to like stand proud and go, I did this. I tried my hardest on this. If you don't like it, whatever, man. I did the best I could. Like my parents really instilled that in me from a young age, and so I did that at my job. I went to that job. I showed up early. I stayed late. I was helping everybody else with their tasks. I was covering for people if anybody needed a day off because they had a date or something. I was like, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. I was doing the most as a bag boy, and I'm still trying. It's weird. I'm trying to actually unlearn that. It's such a good virtue to have. I'm really grateful that my parents taught me to do that. But I'm actually trying to unlearn that weird... Sorry, not weird. I'm trying to unlearn that specific personality trait of mine. Because I'll tell you guys, not everything needs your best. Not everything deserves your best effort. Not everything deserves your pain, for sure. And one of the coolest things in life is you get to actually look around and choose what deserves your pain. You get to go, I really want this car. Oh, my dream car. I really want a Lexus. And then you suffer for the Lexus. You get to choose to suffer for that Lexus. But you don't have to walk into every single working condition trying to impress everybody around you and be the best of the best. Like, you can, but that crap's exhausting, and not everybody's going to appreciate you putting in 100%. So... all the people that I used to look at in school or at jobs that were just like phoning it in and they were doing the least amount possible, and I was like, oh, could never be me. I'm an overachiever. I could never do that. Like I'm trying my hardest here, and there's a reward for me in the end. Like sometimes I was actually the bozo in the situation. Sometimes the dude that's just getting like a C average and getting out of high school, sometimes he's got it figured out better than the one that's like crying because they got a B. I don't know. It depends on your priorities for sure, but I had to learn a lot about that. Wardare's here! Welcome, and good morning to you. Thanks for coming by. Sorry I didn't play anything on the tune. Want to hear a song? I got into talking. We're in the check-in still, so I got into a pretty long and kind of serious conversation about, I guess, work-life balance. Working in high school was so important to me too, says Jelly. It gave me a degree of self-sufficiency I really craved at the time. I was a cashier. Also dealing with old races taught me a lot. Yeah, same, working customer service in Arizona can definitely be a thing. Most of your clientele is 60 plus, and they are very, very white. So you do run into a lot of that. And it was nice having your own money to spend, When I bankrolled, when I bought Kingdom Hearts 2 on my own money, and I had a little bit of a mustache coming in. Ooh, and that redhead girl at GameStop? I remember that day. Like yesterday, like coming in, being like, couple of these. What you got in the used bin? For PlayStation 2? I'll take one of those too. Ooh, is this one? Oh, sick. Give me that controller too. That's got the translucent. Oh, man. Anything else y'all got in here? Any pre-orders? Yeah, sign me up for the Game Informer. Yeah, the Game Informer. I'll do that. Yeah. Go ahead and put it on the debit card. Sign me up for 2 years. Let's live, baby. She probably had a boyfriend. Didn't matter. But yeah, those days where I like really felt like I was the king of my castle. I hope she's doing great wherever she is. She was actually pretty cool. She used to host D&D nights, but back then I didn't. Dar says, I was at that Sammy Ray concert, and Sammy Ray herself says, no matter what happens, you always learn something, and that kind of changed my life, I think. Yeah, you always learn, unless you're like staunchly against learning things. Like, it's harder to unlearn things than it is to passively learn new things. This is a huge challenge for me in college, says Dar. I think that you'll fare okay. Petty Page says, people take advantage of that type of person too. Yes, Petty Page, this is my point. Don't suffer for the Lexes. Welcome in, Wardair. Yeah, suffer for what, like... I said it, but like, just to recap, you choose what you want to suffer for, right? Like... And that way you will be accountable, right? If I decide that I want to buy a house for my mom, right? Like, and I'm like working really hard for it. If it makes me miserable, that's okay, man, because I'm doing that to me. It's something that I want to see done in the world. But as far as like when I worked at IKEA, like going above and beyond to be a good worker, it's like, man, screw this place. I'm not Mr. IKEA. I'm not Ingvar. I don't own this place. I'm not Swedish. Get me the heck out of here. Get this uniform off of me. I clocked out 15 minutes ago, bro. I don't care where the bathrooms are. Stop talking to me. I'm off the clock. Talk to him. That's the attitude I bring to a job space now. It's like, I will go there and I will work for sure. I will work. And I will work. I will do good work. But if I don't care about it, if I'm not passionate about it, don't expect the, like, freaking yip-yah, you know? Don't expect that. And that's all I can do to keep myself sane. Or else I'm just going 110% on everything I do in life. That's nuts. That's nuts. I'll die. That's how people get burnt out. Warder says, I want to be a people pleaser. Aw. You're people? Warder, you are people. Please the Warder. Please the Warder. For real. I'm a people pleaser too, but then, am I a people pleaser? I please some people. There's some people that I intentionally go out of my way to displease, but we can talk about that later. Jellystar says, yes, I feel like pride in your work devolved into a boundary of self-worth issues for me. Learning that balance has been important to me. It's really hard, too, especially when it's been taught to you at a really young age. I'm not like a chronic overachiever in a I have no self-worth kind of way, says Dar. It's that mentality. It's so hard for me to get to the motivation. It's hard for me to get the motivation to do anything if I'm not giving it my all. Honestly, like, I know exactly what you're talking about, though, Dar. I know exactly what you're talking about. Sometimes I won't do things. Remember how annoyed I was at first when people were like, bro, you got to go to Twitch. When I was like streaming on Instagram or streaming on YouTube, and they're like, you got to go to Twitch. And I was like, I don't want to have to work, guys, because I know if I'm going to go on Twitch, I'm going to want to make the stream better. And so it's just more work for me. But here I am. Here I am, and the stream's better and we're all happy about it. But like, it is a thing. I have a similar thing, Dar. It's really hard for me to phone in performances, especially if it has anything to do with my art. And so sometimes I just won't do a thing because I'm like, I'd rather do 0 than like, 50%. Cyber says, I was joking about the empath stuff earlier, but yeah, it seems like we got you on a real talk moment today. It was a good joke earlier, by the way, Cyber. It was a real good joke. I used to make that joke a lot. But then somebody who shall now be named chewed me out, and now I'm like afraid to make it. No song needed. Love the rants and tangents. I'll try to do both. Wardair. But thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate you being here. This shout-out feature is new. It's been a minute. Yeah, there's a new shout-out feature. I still don't quite know how to use it, even though people in the chat keep telling me how to do it. Dar says, my art teachers are trying to curb that tendency out of me. Screw them, Dar. Or listen to them? I don't know. What are they trying to teach you? I'm joking, Dar. Definitely try not to have that tendency, right? If you have that tendency, then 2 years goes by and you don't release any music. And then you release an album and you're frustrated and you can't tell anyone. Sorry, I forget I just said that. Dar says, like, I just want to be able to find something worth giving 50% of myself to. Oh. If that's the case, baby, just start a TikTok account. I'm tired of being all or nothing, man. It's tiring. Agreed. I had somebody say something similar to me while they were breaking up with me. More on that later. Oh, neat. Looks like Last Blade 2 is free game on Amazon today. That's interesting. That's very topical since I just played it last month. This month, actually. Warder says, life do be hard. You have a choice to choose what's worth suffering for. I suffer constantly today. But I can confidently say that 90% of my suffering is for things that I genuinely believe are worth my suffering. I genuinely believe that my music is worth me suffering a bit. I genuinely believe that living in Los Angeles is worth me suffering through some of the things that come with that, like increased cost of living and things like that. Like, I genuinely think it's worth the struggle, or else I'll just go back to somewhere where that's not the case, right? But obviously, because I'm a human that lives on planet Earth, there are some struggles that I'm not completely in control over that I don't think are worth it, but there's just nothing I can really do about it. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, I choose the struggle. There's been times where I've had friends that were just too much trouble, and I was like, maybe we don't hang out no more. I've been dating somebody that was too much trouble, and I thought, maybe the mute turns into a block for you today. Maybe I don't see you anymore. Maybe your face makes me sick. Dar says, I wasn't raised to cut corners. Amen. Amen, amen. I was kind of actively punished for cutting corners. Amen. I would get whoopings for cutting corners. Even when it didn't matter. Amen. True, same. But beyond childhood trauma, it's just hard to find the mental energy to invest only halfway. It's like this with art, academics, even my relationships with people. And I spend this semester burned out, investing more than other people into things that only work, collaboratively. I've gotten a lot better at just giving up. Giving up is so fun. Giving up feels, ugh. Oh, man. I can't have a full conversation about that, Dar, but like giving up, breaking up, quitting jobs, throwing things away, the release I get from that is so freaking good. Taking something that like I've been looking at, even if it's just a shirt that I've been like, I can't get rid of that. I can't get rid of that. Or it's like an old keyboard. I can't get rid of that. It's my first keyboard. Getting rid of that stuff feels pretty good. I recently, and when I say recently, I mean a few years ago, had my Facebook got hacked. And then I reported it and they got deleted. And I was really sad at first because I lost all of my Facebook pictures, which, that was where a lot of my photos were. But I was able to find like some freedom in that. It was kind of nice, just like having that clean slate. It was weird. I didn't choose to do it, but after it happened, I did find a lot of positivity in that. Dara says, remember how much we were upset when you went to Twitch? I don't. I think I've edited that memory, Dar. No, Omni, you're going to overwork yourself. No, what about work-life balance? No, that's something that, like, mostly you say, Dar. You seem to be very concerned with my work-life balance, which I do appreciate because we all know that it's pretty atrocious. Omni can't dress nice every day. Think about your laundry expenses. Dar? Who did that? Whose suggestion was that? Ward Air, you don't know, but I used to dress like a slob in the streams. Season 1 and Season 2, I would just wear whatever I slept in the night before, so I just, like, roll up here with a graphic tee and, like, some freaking sleep shorts. And like bust the cords, and people are like, dang, man, we know you're a brokey, but do you have to look like one too? Come on, man, fix it up. And so I have actually started dressing nicer in the streams, but it is a thing. Like, the cool thing is I don't go outside, so I'm not gonna wash this afterwards. Like, why am I washing it? I'm busted out of sweat, ain't nobody touching me. But there is a thing. It's definitely a thing where suddenly it was more effort and more effort and more effort. Omni, at least once a month in these streams, you liken me to one of your ex-girlfriends, and it's genuinely the same amount.
Oh, God! It is so good to see you!
The same amount of harrowing every time. I guess that's why we're not dating. That's probably one of the reasons why we're not dating, Dar. Omni is like, I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me. I mean, amen! Dang it. Who is it that said that? That's such an iconic quote, but I actually don't remember what the origin of that was. I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me. I can't remember it, and I'm not going to be able to, but I watched it, whatever it was. Marie Kondo is right. Should I say Marie Kondo? Should I say it that way? I get a little drug high throwing stuff away from that no longer serves me, says Dar. Same. Maybe your face makes me sick. Big mood, unfortunately, says Jelly. Yeah, this is true. I love us. I love humans. I love that we can have really complex emotions. I love that I can look at a grown adult who has their own life and their own hopes and dreams and look at them and go, for reasons that are unfair to you and to me, you make me sick to my stomach. My stomach feels sick. But then in that same breath, I can look at them and go, you know, I really hope that everything you want comes true. I hope that you get everything you want. And I will even do a little bit to help you get there. But you make me sick. I have that with a few people. Catharsis baby, says Leon. Absolutely, absolutely. Get rid of that old stuff. In addition to fixing your backdoor situation. The backdoor situation. Yeah, my closet. This is my closet. The door used to always be open. And people could just see up into my closet, which now that you can't, I'm kind of grateful for, because there's stuff in there now. Hoodie Omni is my favorite Omni, and I only get to see him like once every 3 weeks. I'm sick. I'm sorry to hear this, Star. I was wearing a hoodie last Friday, I think. And you internalize it and become the dapper that we needed. You internalized it. Yeah. I listened. I'm not beyond listening. Oh God, says Jelly, my metric for things like that is, if envisioning doing something gives me a huge sense of relief, it's my sign to do it, like quitting Insta, moving from North Carolina. My intuition always served me well. I talk a lot about my move to Los Angeles and how tumultuous it was, and why I did it, how I came out here and I visited LA. And sometimes you have to see something better to realize how bad it is, you know? Ooh. I can't talk about that. I can't talk about that. Ooh. I can't talk about that. That's whack, man. Let me see if I can give an edited version of that. There's a period in my life where I was... Dang. I have a homie who I'm super, super nice to. We go way back. We go pretty far back to before I moved to Los Angeles. And me and her get along really well. And we do a specific thing. It's nothing like romantic, but we give each other a thing. There's a thing that we give each other on a certain time of the year. And she's married now. And no, I have plenty of married female friends, so yeah, this isn't giving away anything. She's married now, and the person that she's married to will not let that thing happen anymore, the gift giving. And her take was, at the time, she was like, I don't know why he doesn't want you giving me things, because he doesn't give me anything. So it's not like he was stopping you from giving me a gift so that he could give me a gift. I don't get anything now. And I was like, I think that's why he doesn't want me giving you anything. Like, if you're not giving somebody something and somebody else is giving them the thing, it doesn't look good. It doesn't feel good, you know? And so, sometimes, anyways, Jelly, I was saying that to say, sometimes, like, you don't know how bad something is unless you see something cooler. And I think a lot of people use that in different ways. For me in Arizona, I used it to keep myself content. Like, whenever I'd come out here to LA and I would see how much better artists' lives were out here, I was like, oh, but that's just for them. That's a special case. They all must be trust fund babies. That's how they can afford to live out there. And I would come up with all these excuses. And then I would go home to Arizona and I was like, yeah, this is where I belong. And I was freaking miserable because I saw a place where things could actually be better. And so, I don't know. I feel that. As far as intuition, I don't know if it was intuition as far as it was just me seeing a better life and then getting frustrated. Batman, says Jelly Star. Rorschach, says Petty Page. Watchmen. Oh, it's Rorschach. Yeah. Thank you, Petty Page. Thank you. That's what it was. It was from the Watchmen. I just remember the person on the other side of your comments, and it's all Gucci. Just remember there's a person on the other side of your comments, and it's all Gucci, says Cyber. Cyber, are you talking? Oh, you're not talking to me. You're talking to Dart. My bad. Silly little arguments give me dopamine, says Dar. It's tough to be friends with someone who always makes you feel like you have to defend yourself. Oof. I've got some friends like that, actually. I got some friends where it's always a fight. Making him look bad. He could just also give her a gift, though. True, Petty Page, but I've also been that guy. So, to be fair, I've also been that guy. So it's not me going like, I don't understand how anybody could be that, like, insecure and weird. I've been that guy. Not in that specific situation, obviously, because I'm not married. But I've been in a situation where I felt very comfortable, and somebody in my head, not in reality, but in my head, somebody was threatening that security and comfort, and I was like, "Get them out of here! They're gonna ruin everything. People are gonna see. People are gonna see that I'm actually not. I'm actually not the guy. It's me, Omni. I'm the friend, parasocial friend, but you know, just a parasocial guy. I think that I think that yeah. You know what's always really funny? When you have a friend like from a really young age, and you don't really pay too much attention to your guys' growing up, you guys getting older, and it doesn't even have to be like growing up in the traditional sense. It could be you guys growing as artists, you know? Because I've got a few friends where we were making music around each other for a really long time, and sometimes I just look at us now and I'm like, whoa, when did this happen? When did we actually get good at this? When did we get older? When did we get smarter? I've got a few friends like that now that like kind of remind me. They're like a constant reminder of the path and how treacherous it has been, for sure. Did I ever do my check-in? How can you know that the fourth dimension is better if you live into the third, says Liana. I mean, that's a reference to the thing I said earlier in the stream, but it's true. It's honestly true. And I always commend my parents for that. I used to be so busted up about stuff from high school, and I would go talk to my parents about it, and they weren't really always like, oh, this isn't gonna matter in a few years. They were just like, oh, you know, that sounds whack. Sounds like that sucks. You should punch him in the throat. If he does that again, just punch him in the throat. You're young enough. It's fine. Cops will be chill. Spoiler alert, the cops were not chill, but I did punch a few throats. I punched some throats, man. I messed that dude's neck up. I don't need to get into it, but I went hard. I went hard on a very specific dude that was like twice the size of me, and I won. That was a big dub for me in high school. That was like my David and Goliath moment. I tore him up. He was not comfortable for like a few months after that. And people didn't even like me after that. People just messed with me a little bit less. They're like, the black kid's crazy. They let these hood rats in these schools. They coming in here drawing blood, man. Expel him. Send him to the magnet school. We don't want him in here. He dumb anyway. C average. Drawing blood. But nobody messed with me after that. Pretty chill. Y'all are the majority of my creativity friends, to be honest, says Dar. Man. I was a fighting kid. Yeah, I went hard. I went hard, and I was good at fighting too. And that's talking about unlearning stuff. That took a long time to unlearn. Moving here, I think it was like 2016. It was 2016, and I did something. I did. I want to talk about Stranger Things, but I can't because it'll spoil Stranger Things. But for the people that have seen the newest season of Stranger Things, I did a thing that happens in Stranger Things, and my peers reacted the way the Stranger Thing peers reacted, and my take was, what's wrong with y'all? Do you guys think where do you guys think I'm from? I think about that all the time. I think if I come out with cool jazzy chords, and there's a dog barking, and there's glockenspiels, and there's bonbon, and cute music, people are like, oh, Omni, cute music, adorable, wholesome bops. And then like they see me get in a fight and they're like scared. They're like shaking and all weird and uncomfortable around me for like the next few weeks or something like that. They're like, it's like they just saw like Barney like shank Winnie the Pooh or something like that. And they're like, oh, I don't know. I didn't know it was like this. I didn't know he was capable of the violence. Dar says, well, they just declared it was illegal in 6th grade, and so I had to stop. Like they were gonna arrest me if it kept happening. Yo, they can't arrest me. I'll say that in cuffs. That's gonna be my my last quote when they're doing the thing. When they're doing the thing into the squad car. They can't arrest me. Cyber says, Omni's stand is Piano Man. It allows him to draw blood. Oh, are we doing JoJo references? Draw blood and even the faintest of glances with his fist, which is why he does everything he can to prevent his skin from skin contact. Ooh, I can tell you about the last time I had some skin-to-skin contact. I mean, you gotta make sure you don't get messed with, says Liana. Yeah, Mr. Electric, send Omni to the principal's office immediately and have him expelled. When I was... I do wish sometimes that I can go back in time, because there was a few adults, and I emphasize a few. There was a few adults that actually knew what was going on, and I didn't know they knew what was going on, you know? When you're a kid sometimes, you think that adults are dumb because you're a kid and you're like a teenager, so you have a lot of like confidence and hormonal and you're angsty, so you're like, parents, they don't get it, adults, they don't understand. But there was a couple of adults, one was a student counselor and one was a teacher, that like, now that I can see the way they were behaving and the things that they were doing, they knew exactly what was going on with me, but they were just teachers, you know? Not to say that people are just teachers or teachers are powerless, but like, they're just teachers. They're there to literally teach. They're not there to like redevelop somebody's like social situation. They're not there to like change somebody's level of safety. And there was a few teachers that did see what was going on with me, and they were like, that sucks. And I think they did small things in their like very like teacher, oh captain, my captain type of way to like make things easier for me, you know, or be nicer or whatever. But some of that backfired. Sometimes it made it worse. Umbe is here with a Prime sub. Thank you, Umbe. 11 months. 11 months? That's almost a year. Are you going to come into 2023 on an anniversary sub? Time will tell. Thank you so much for the sub, honestly, Umbe. And I hope you're doing fantastic. I hope the weather is being kind to you. I know you were one of the people that was dealing with a lot of snow. You were saying that it was pretty, though. You seem to be enjoying it, but I still hope that it's good. It's pretty snow that isn't inconveniencing you in any way. Dar says, I live in a top 10 crime rate city in the U.S. I wasn't going to chance it. Crime. Can we talk about crime for a minute? Can we talk about when people say, like, the crime rates here are insane? Can we talk about what crimes they're talking about? Like, what crimes are we counting when people say that? Because I feel like if we were just counting all crime, I think that some of those cities might trade places, you know? Like, if we're talking about not even carjacking, car break-ins. If we're talking about just having stuff stolen out of your car, San Francisco is the number one crime city in, like, the Bay in general is like the number one crime capital of the country, right? But we don't just count breaking into a car. And so sometimes, like, kind of like shoplifting, says King Brutal. I think that shoplifting, like petty theft and stuff like that is what a lot of people are talking about when, like, crime cities get put on the map. I don't think that they're counting all crime. I don't have the authority to just state that confidently, but that's how I feel. I don't feel like they're really counting all crime. Because, like, bro, like, a lot of my homies are criminals. Yo, and that's another thing. That's another, like, thing that was actually kind of whack. I won't spend too much time here because this can actually kind of sad to talk about, but when I was a kid, all of my friends were criminals. I was a criminal. All of my friends, we're all crime rats, right? We're just doing stuff, you know? We're not adults yet, you know? We don't know sometimes the ramifications of the things that we're doing, and sometimes we didn't even have, like, a choice. We were just doing stuff. We were just getting by. We were just living. And they were criminals, and I saw what that did to all of us and, like, our home lives. I saw what it did to the community. I saw when some of those people aren't around anymore. I saw the effects that it had. And then I moved, and now the people that I know, you know, are different, from a different walk of life. The income level is very different. And I'm telling you,
I have more criminal friends today than I ever did back then. I have more criminal friends today than I ever did back then. But the only difference is my criminal friends today are like fine, and they're very, very wealthy. And my criminal friends back then were very broke and very not fine. And sometimes it makes me think, and it kind of bums me out, because crime is not all created equal in this country. There's a lot of crime that's even encouraged. Anyways, King Brittle says, theoretically speaking, I could have stolen local currency equivalent thousands of dollars worth of food that was supposed to get thrown out of cafes and restaurants I worked at. Yeah, right? But it was going to be thrown out anyway. But you're right. All crime isn't equal. Number one bubblegum at the checkout counter, Thief City says, hi, mate. The timing of the siren, yeah, it was poor timing. It was definitely poor timing. Bunch of money and criminals and phone calls. Yeah. True. And gotten away with it, and that I did that. Not that I did that. I mean, if I did, I shouldn't just say it here, you know. I mean, I'm not going to judge you for doing something like that. I've definitely stolen food from jobs, but like, we don't need to talk about how jobs steal from their workers all the time, and how me stealing a Sammy, an old bread with the meat in the middle, is like not doing anything. That's wild. You want to hear something cool? Allegedly? When I worked at a large Swedish furniture chain that also sells meatballs, there was a huge wage theft issue that wasn't resolved until literally last year, and I got a check in the mail because there was a settlement, and the check in the mail was for about $60, which I can tell you was far less than what was taken from me. So the system's broken. Steal a sandwich. I don't care, man. If you can steal a sandwich, good. Go ahead and feed yourself. Make sure the tummy's full. There's all kinds of class action suits. I feel like it's even wilder in California. Like, I get so much mail that's just a class action suit. I got one from when I worked at another tea company, and how our thank you. And how our payroll system worked. I worked for a tea company, and we had a completely third-party company that handled payroll. Like, they were the ones that literally just logged money and got it to you. That we had a completely other company that did that. And they, over the course of several years, stole a lot of money from us. And it was one of those things where it was just like a nickel here, a dime here, whatever, you know, but they stole a lot of money from us. And it took 4 years for the class action suit to even go through. And at the end of that class action suit, I got a really pithy whatever amount of money. And it was just kind of like, this happens every day, guys. Like, I'm not special. The class action, like, wage theft thing, that's not special. That's not just because I'm weird and unlucky. That's not just because I live in California. That's really widespread. And I'm telling you, only a small percentage of it actually gets caught and then taken to court. Most of it is just kind of away in the wind. You're constantly being robbed, guys. I'm not trying to, like, conspiracy tinfoil hat you, but you're being robbed. All of my friends that are like, oh, Omni, you got mugged in downtown LA? I can never live in the city. You've been robbed, fool. Somebody robbed you. Somebody robbed you. It wasn't a man in a beanie with the freaking horizontal stripes and the money bag sign running around with a gun. It wasn't him, but somebody robbed you for sure. It's just a matter of who. Jaime says, so what if I ate a cake pop and didn't use my daily markout? Good. I'm not going to delete this VOD. Cyber says, so we're deleting this VOD later? I'm not deleting this VOD at all. I'm not deleting it. Nah, man. Let the people know. Jelly says, my homie worked at a restaurant. I can talk about theft on Twitch, but like if I like accidentally like name drop one of my exes, I'm like, I gotta get rid of this VOD.
I'm more afraid of X's than I am of the IRS. Jelly says, my homie worked at a restaurant for years that enrolled all of its employees in this bogus insurance thing and took money out of all of their checks. They had to cut him $2K. I'm telling you guys, it's just how capitalism works, says Petty Page. It needs infinite growth, which doesn't work. Yeah, right. Well, to be fair, says King Brittle. I love well to be fair. Well, to be fair, I've been deleting from this conversation. But people need to know. But yeah, I've worked at quite a few places where I've been robbed. I've also been robbed by just companies. I've been robbed by companies that I've been commissioned for. I've been not paid for work that I've done. I've been let go without pay. I've had my art stolen. I've had my art stolen and sold. I've had my work reappropriated for things that were not in the contract in which it was meant to be used in. I've been robbed, y'all. Like, and we all kind of are. I think if you think you haven't been robbed, you're living in a fairy tale land. We've all been robbed, some more than others. And that's okay. It's just kind of how the economy works here. You get robbed. If you're really smart, you can, like... My mom was like that. My mom was one of those people that, like, looks at the fine details. Like, she was, like, looking at her bank statement, like, what is this? What is this? What is this? Albert, have you seen this? But $6? Where's this going? Do we know where this is going? I don't remember. We canceled the subscription. Call them. Call them now. Like, my mom was one of those. Like, she was on top of it. I'm a little bit... Well, no, I'm like that too now. But there was a period of my life where I wasn't like that. I was way more relaxed because I was like, who's going to rob me? I don't even have any money. Who's going to rob me? I only make $5.25 an hour. Hee hee hee. Why don't you go rob Bill Gates? That was me. That was me for a pretty long time. And then I did start looking at statements, and I was like, wait, what is this? Who is that? Where are you getting this much of my money? I don't remember telling you could do that. Like, I did turn into that person. Because it's just easy to do. I think there's a lot of, like... There's, like, a million scams where it's like, if I take a penny from this person and a penny from this person, but I do that to enough persons, I'll be able to make a lot of money. King Bertle. Whoa, thanks, Jaime, for giving King Bertle a sub. 177? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. That's so many. That's wild. Thanks so much, Jaime. That's unfathomable for me. It's very important to know your rights as an employee and what state you live in. Don't let these business companies get over on you. Even small mom and pops can be guilty of it. True. And I think we live in a society / economy where that kind of stuff is encouraged. I think it's encouraged, you know? It's encouraged. I'm not going to get political in here, but I remember when there was the Trump versus Biden debates, and everybody found out how much Trump paid in taxes. And I was like, dang, I paid more than Trump in taxes? Something's not right here. Something's goofed. Why am I paying more than... I'm like looking at him. I'm looking at my IRS paperwork, and then I'm looking at like my peanut butter and jelly sandwich on the table, and I'm like... Something doesn't smell right here. I think that it's encouraged. Like, there's, like, loopholes and wiggle around and workarounds and stuff like that. Scams. Like, scamming is so woven into the DNA of the economy of this country that it's like, you can't. It's rigged, says Liana. The call's coming from inside the house. You just said the plot of Office Space. Oh yeah, where they were like I think it was like a fraction of a cent. I haven't seen that movie in a long time, but I think that was what the scam was. It was like taking a fraction of a cent from so yeah, honestly, I mean, it was the plot of a movie, but that crap's real, man. I got friends, man. I got friends. I'm imagining when I get arrested, I wouldn't get arrested, right? But like when one of my friends gets arrested, and then I get called in and they play this, like in court, they play the VOD. It's just like me pulling my bow tie, zooming on my face. I've got friends. They're just rewinding and repeating the same loop. Omni, what did you mean by friends? I have friends who scam. It was a bit, Your Honor.
It was a Scam Sunday. I always do the bit on Scam Sunday. Isn't that right, guys? Cyber, Liana, tell them. It was a bit. I'm committed to it. This is just a character I do. His name is Omni Boy, and he has friends who run scams. He has a lot of friends who have no jobs but 2 Teslas. Jaime says, LMAO, Scam Sunday is legit. Let's get on it. I like your style, dude, says Neozong. Oh, thank you, Neo. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's being improved by the overcast, diffused light I'm getting right now. Listen, when we don't have garbage pickup, it gets stinky in the chat. It gets stinky. Cosine says Jelly. I got some friends, man. I got some friends who have never had a job. And their parents are brokies too, but they like live in a pretty nice place in San Francisco, and they have 2 Teslas, and they be going to Turks, man. They be going to Turks for no reason. They just be taking the girls to Turks. They be hanging out in Singapore for no reason at all, man. Hey, what's up, Jiminy Cricket? Hey, what's poppin'? Yeah, I don't have that. I'm not scamming, but I've seen a lot of scams up close and personal, and there's like, for the most part, there doesn't seem to be proper punishment for scams, at least at that level. Wait, what happened to that one dude? The XT, what was it? That like crypto man. The like crypto billionaire that was like really young, and he had like messy hair. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Am I just talking about nothing? Shout out to 2 Tesla homie, says Jaime. FTX, says Cyber. Oh, yeah. That, like, I think he actually did maybe get arrested or something, or at least charged with something, but I think that for every, whatever his name is, for every him, there's like freaking like 500 other ones, dude, and they're not all billionaires. Like, I got some homies that are like just 100,000aires that don't be having jobs, and they just be like, some scams are beyond me, man. Like, I got like, I like looking at, we're on Twitch, right? And we got, what's Kit Boga, right? Kit Boga does like the scam bait, the streams. He's amazing, by the way. He doesn't need a shout out from me because he's already huge, but like, Kit Boga has scam bait streams, and the scammers that he hunts, I guess is the word, the scammers that he be like getting, I get that scam. I understand a Best Buy gift card scam. I understand the computer virus scam. Some scams I understand. I can wrap my brain around them. Like blockchain, crypto, Web 3.0 level scams are beyond me. Like I don't understand. I can't fathom how. And these people are raking in like rake. They're raking in big boy money, and like I can't fathom it. I'm like, I don't even know where this money's coming from. And so, yeah, scammers are on every different level, but I feel like on that really high, like super techie level, like the punishment isn't as concrete and opaque. It's pretty weird. It's like hard to even figure out what's going on over there. Cyber says, like, if folks are making billions, they need to be stopped and investigated, full stop. I agree with this. Is that a hot take? Cyber, is that my only hot take? Don't trust billionaires is my hot take. If somebody's raking in that amount of money, like, maybe, like, get a magnifying glass real quick and figure some things out. Ain't no one making that much money without being a vampire to hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah. Cyber, I couldn't have said it better myself. We aligned. We are aligned. We are drift compatible right now. Very Dickensian name given his career, says, oh, Sam Bankman-Fried. Dang, King Bertle. King Bertle, first of all, nice joke. Secondly, good use of the word Dickensian, since we were just talking about Charles Dickens last week. And 3, yeah, that's a wild name. He's got bank in his name. He's a bank man. Just a little fraud here, just a little fraud there. Jaime says, this dude finessed all those ladies out of their money, and he got a whole Netflix doc on him, and he's still out there somewhere probably. Amen, amen. Amen, amen. Yeah. I'm not a scammer. I'm not a scammer because, one, I'm too paranoid to be a scammer. I used to think I wasn't smart enough to be a scammer, but you don't actually have to be that smart. I'm too paranoid to be a scammer. If I'm, like, engaging in, like, very, very
very illegal activity, and I'm not talking about being double parked, right? I'm not talking about I can't think of something else actually. Speeding on the highway. I'm not talking about like those things. I'm not talking about traffic infractions. I'm talking like real crimes. Like I would not be okay to like live my life. I'd always be looking over my shoulder. I mean, I'm paranoid about like non things, you know. So if there was actually something to be paranoid about, it would ruin my life. Sorry. I'm catching up on chat. Jelly says I used to work at an inventory counting company, and one of my coworkers that used the job as a front to explain to his other income. Working at $9 job, driving a brand new Charger. It was amazing. He'd always buy our team meals on the 7 to 12 hour days. Awesome, dude. That's what's up. Clap for him. That's a Jay-Z reference. It's hard to slap wrists when you don't got no rules. Vampires, some cool people, are they not? Thank you, Liana. I needed to hear that. Vampires, some cool people, are they not? I like him. Kaiju says, all this talk about stink of capitalist society while I'm literally cleaning Cat Dookie out of the roller wheel in my desk chair. This diabetic cat gonna be the death of me. I'm sorry to hear that, Kaiju. I'm sorry. But the cat's lucky to have you. Can we say that? King Burl says, oh, we were? I must have missed that part, but that's even better. Yeah, we were talking about Mr. Dickens. Mr. Dickens. Sounds like you have a semblance of morals. Very human of you. Kudos. Is it morals? Having paranoia about wrongdoing? Yeah, I think... Here's what I think, Cyber. Here's what I think. Which this might hurt me. This explanation of my moral code might actually hurt me. I think that I live in a game. I think that I live in a reality in which certain things... Okay, back up. I feel like I live in a reality where certain rules of the game are expressed more severely on some people than others, right? Some people can do some pretty wild stuff, other people can't. And at this point in my life, sometimes I have to ask myself if I do truly have an admirable moral compass, or am I just recognizing that the rules of the game are not particularly in my favor? Like, somebody who's a billionaire has seen the game and gone, oh, those rules don't apply to me, so they just don't follow them. And in my world, I'm like, I know that those rules do apply to me, though. I know that they do apply to me, so I have to, like, be chill. But I look at some of my peers and, like, I don't know, man. I don't know, right? I don't know. When the rent moratorium, is that what it was called? Referendum moratorium? When the rent thing was going on during COVID and people were like, you don't have to pay rent, actually, right now. You don't have to pay rent. If your landlord's trying to make you pay rent, tell them you don't have to. Know your rights, baby. And a lot of people were not paying rent. I was like, nah, I think I gotta keep paying rent, y'all. Like, that sounds cool and that sounds great, but I think I gotta keep paying rent. And one of my homies, who will not be named, chose the other legal path of not paying their rent. And then when the thing ended and suddenly rent was due, homie owed a lot of money and was immediately evicted because the landlord, the way the rules were, the landlord couldn't evict you during that block of time. But the second that time was up, if you didn't pay your back rent, they could just get rid of you. And so I, as the person who was mad paranoid and kept paying my rent, because I was like, I don't think that I'm protected right now. I chose the whacker of the two options, but one of the two options that ended up with me keeping my apartment, so I don't know. Gonna step away and make some pizza dough. Ooh. Maybe I'll eat pizza today. If you're trying to make a political statement about the rules and stuff, it's usually about who you wrong. I agree, Cyber. On that, I agree. If you rob brokies, who cares? But if you rob rich people, that's when you got a problem. Yeah. And I think since I'm a brokey, people can rob me. But I think that, like, if I was a scammer, you just have to make sure you're scamming people that don't have any power. And I don't know what that looks like. So I just make my money. Well, I was about to say I make my money like everybody else. No, I make money kind of weird, but I make it in a way that is easily tied to my labor, you know, as opposed to someone else's? Question mark. Which is why I'm being billionaire based on crypto, etc., is reprehensible. The landlord is the one in power in this situation, for sure. The landlord was, yeah, absolutely. I agree. I agree. But yeah, I'm super paranoid. That's what it is. A lot of my moral code is definitely driven by actual morals that were instilled in me from the Bible. But then a lot of the other ones is just me looking at the reality I live in and go, okay, if I do this, what's going to happen to me? Can I do that? Okay, I guess I can do that. If I do this, what's going to happen to me? Stuff like that. You don't have to answer this, but what's your cut on a gift sub? That's a good question. Half? I don't know. Oh, I'm dumb as heck. Does somebody in here that understands Twitch better than me know what that is? What's my cut? Paging Mr. Bezos. Cyber says, it's not really a secret, but Twitch gives out half usually. Oh, okay, so I wasn't that far off. Usually Omni has a partner, unless Omni has a partnership deal. True. It's in the mail. The FAFO-centric moral compass. Honestly, Umbe, I mean, that's a funny joke, but you're also, yeah, that's absolutely what it is. It's cause and effect, baby. It's actions and reactions. It's transgressions and consequences. That's like really a lot of my moral compass. Not all of it, for sure. I'm not an animal. There are a lot of times where I just look at things and I'm like, I shouldn't do that because a good person wouldn't do that. A good person wouldn't do that. And so I'll avoid that type of behavior. But a lot of times it's like, what is the reality I live in right now? What is going to happen if I do this? If I choose to not pay my rent for the next 6 months because the government said I don't have to, that's cool and good. But also, what's going to happen to me after that time? Who's going to protect me then? Biden? You got my back? Biden, where are you? Yeah, that's for sure. No fighting, for sure.
Now, quote, no matter what, no fighting. No fighting.
That's so hard. Certain finger movements are really hard for me, and this one is really hard. I'm messing up while I'm doing it in air. Jesus. That's really hard for me. See, I already messed it up. Okay, I think that covers my check-in. I didn't do it. I never did my check-in. Guys, yesterday was the day after Christmas. It's noon and I haven't done my check-in. Jesus Christ. Yesterday was the day after Christmas. We were here. We did a stream. We raided into Wardair afterwards. It was great. It was good. It was healthy. It was easy. After that, I ate leftovers. I went hamburger on leftovers. I ate leftover chow mein. And then right after that, I ate leftover stir fry. And then right after that, I ate leftover pasta. And then I went to the store and bought more ingredients for pasta and ate... Wait, I went to the library yesterday. Because I had to renew my book, and then I had a meeting. Oh my god, I'm blacking out. I had a meeting, and then when I was out of the meeting, that's where I saw that tree that had the underwear in it that I posted in the Discord. There was a little Fruit of the Loom tree, and so I posted that, and then I read a little bit of my book, and then I made my way back home. And a friend of mine came over, gave me a plant. Yeah, I'm blacking out. A friend of mine came over, gave me a plant. I watched a little bit of Great Pretender, which is a show that's a really, really good show that I wish more people here had watched because there's a specific thing I want to talk about that show. There's a thing about that show I would like to understand that I don't currently understand. And anyways, yeah. Hopefully I can work on that. Then I made more pasta. Yeah, I made dinner. While eating dinner, I watched something else. I can't remember what it was. I'll remember eventually. Something I actually want to do in 2023, guys. Ultraviolet says I'm blacking out me every time I try to remember what happened yesterday. It's honestly really hard for me sometimes. One day Omni will drop a cookbook and that'll be a cool day. Oh, you don't want to know what I be cooking up. Cooking up in the kitchen. I think that... next year, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to keep a log of everything that I play and watch. It's going to be interesting because, as you guys know, I watch a lot of things and I play a lot of games in a normal year, but I forget them like almost immediately, especially if it's like not a cultural movement. It's not a cultural thing, right? Like people were talking about seafood, so when I played it, I remembered it because I was getting this kind of reinforcement from it out in the culture and in the public. Same thing with Elden Ring. Like it's impossible not to think about Elden Ring because everybody's playing it. But there's a lot of other like tons of little indie games that I played along the way that I just forgot because they weren't really reinforced in my outside life. In fact, I'm playing an indie game right now called Heavenly Bodies, and I might just forget about it in like 3 or 4 months, even though like I really like this game. It's pretty cool. I recommend Heavenly Bodies if you haven't played it. I think it might be free on PlayStation this month or last month or 2 months ago. Anyways, it's a solid game. And so I think next year I'm going to actually keep a log of every TV show I watch, every movie I watch, every video game I play, every book I read. And then this time next year, like Christmas, New Year's time in 2023, I'm actually going to do a year-end review of everything that I consumed. And I think it'll be kind of fun. Don't turn entertainment into work. Well, I won't make it a work thing where it's like I have to watch things that are on the list. I just want to log it, like a journal, Cyber, because I currently have a journal where I write down everything I do every day, and that doesn't make it work. It's just like, it's nice to go like, oh, and today, like, we started the stream, or today I got to work on repotting Pharaoh. It's kind of like a good log because my brain, I just let go of things so quickly. I have a really bad time retaining events. And so sometimes writing a journal helps keep me a little present. Like I know a lot of people that'll keep a dream journal in order to like have lucid dreams or to like understand their dreams better or remember them. They'll keep a journal. I have to do that except for my waking life. I have to keep like a record of what I do so that I don't get lost. And so yeah, I want to do that in 2023. That should be fun for me because I've never done it, and I think it would be really cool to get to the end of the year and see the sheer amount of things that I have consumed, because I know it's high. Like I be burning through media, and so it would be kind of cool to get to the end of the year and actually be able to have some type of retrospective appreciation of maybe some of those games, movies, and shows and books, and go like, oh yeah, that was so good. I haven't thought about that in 10 months. That was a really cool thing, you know? Maybe it'll make me appreciate things a little bit better. Or I'll get to February and forget to do it. Nintendo sent out a year in review, and it reminded me of random games I spent time a good chunk on. Oh, that's pretty cool that they do that. And there were all these random indies that I didn't remember. One of the worst diseases that Spotify is that. I feel like Spotify was doing the year-end wraps for years, and now like everything is doing a year-end wrap. Like every service that you're a part of is like, hey, want to see how much money you spent? Want to see how many hours you gave me? Here's what you did the most of. What if I got a year in review from McDonald's? What if there was like a McDonald's thing that was tied to your like debit card or whatever, and it's like, here's how many cheeseburgers you ate this year. Here's how many ounces of French fries you ate. Here's how many gallons of Coca-Cola you have consumed. Like, that would be kind of fun. I would like a year in review from Little Caesars just to see how many pizzas I ate, because it's not actually abnormally high. Well, it's higher than the average person, but it's not, it's not wild. It would just be kind of fun to see for sure. If you do that, there's a likely chance you will hate how much you spent on it. That's very true, Cyber. There's a very real possibility that I'll look back on something and be like, dang, I watched all of that. I really did watch that. I really did marathon this thing to watch this thing. Also, I do want to say, guys, I have noticed that the pipeline between streaming services and the movie theater seems to have shrank, right? Like Bullet Train's already in theater, or already on streaming services. That movie where the lady gets like The Invitation, where like she has like white ancestors but she's black and they're vampires or whatever. Like that's already on streaming services, and I feel like I was just looking at the trailer for that movie to come out in theaters like a couple of months ago. So I feel like that pipeline's gotten shrunk, and since that pipeline has gotten so shrunk, part of me is like, should I wait until Avatar 2 inevitably is on like Hulu or something? Should I just not? I mean, I can still go see it in theaters right now, but I'm like, A lot of the time, my urgency to see movies in the theaters is because I'm like, dang, if it leaves the theaters, I'm gonna have to wait forever before I can actually see it at home. But I feel like that's not necessarily a valid concern anymore. So maybe I don't do that. I don't know. Steam did Wrapped though. Two, says Petty Page. True. Everybody's doing a year in Wrapped. Honestly, I think that will be a fun challenge. I kind of want to try that now to see as far as I can hold up doing it. Yeah, let's all do it. Let's all do the unhealthy thing that I just suggested. There is Omni, says Jaime. Omni, that's not a joke. McDonald's actually does have that if you use their app. No way. All right, my bad. My worst common denominator joke actually ended up being a reality. That's pretty cool. So, life hack pro tip, says Kaiju, if you have a pooping animal, which I do not, and a rolling desk chair, which I do have, get a desk chair that has a detachable rolly wheels, which I do have, makes cleaning poop out of 1,000,000 times easier, which I believe. There's a lot of little annoying crevices that you can't get to if you can't take the wheel off. This makes sense. You don't need to commit to the bit. It's okay, says Liana. Aww. What do I need out of life? Jaime says, if I can access it again, I'll screenshot and share it on Discord. Please do. I want to see the McDonald's year end Wrapped. I use Steam for game logging, Analyst for Anilist for anime, and Letterboxd for movies, says Umbe. I know a few of my friends that use Letterboxd. Probably smart thing to do. I use computer for games and sometimes also console, says Kaiju. I'll log them. I'm just gonna write them down like I'm in the Stone Age. I'm just gonna have maybe a Google Doc where I have 3 different categories, and it's like one is games, one's shows, and one's movies. You know. Hey, what's up, Pyro? And there's already a few things that I know that are gonna be on there, right? It's like I already know that Ant-Man 2 is going to be on my 2023 movie watch list. Watch list is kind of we don't like that term anymore, do we? Cyber says, I made a call for the voice samples in the style of Omni Media stingers in the Discord if you want to mention it during today's news. Ooh, true. Yeah, I will. Thank you for the reminder. Sitting on the floor, it's kind of like my knees at the desk because there's a wheel missing from my desk chair. Just kind of on my knees at the desk. Oh. Is it comfy at least? Who's turning into Pernetic? So you're going to turn into Pernetic? Me? With logging things? Oh, with spreadsheets? Yeah, because Pernetic loves spreadsheets. I don't know if it'll ever get that serious, but yeah, I'm going to log those bad boys, and I'm excited because I do a lot. However, I want to make it clear, guys, what I'm not doing, here's what we're not going to do. I'm not going to log every time I play a game. Because I play games like Apex, right? That are like no end. I play like Knockout City. I'm not going to be like, on May 22nd, you played Knockout City for 5 hours. I'm not going to do that. It's really just a completion thing. Like, you completed this game. Like, a lot of these like online multiplayer, like play forever type experiences, I'm not really going to add. It's just going to be, I watched this movie. I played this game. I watched this show. And if I rewatch the movie, it's not getting listed twice. It's just I watched the movie. But knowing me, I'm not going to rewatch any movies twice in the same year. I'm not one of those people. Kaiju says, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. It's been a while since my knees have been flexible enough to sit like this. So I guess I'm doing something right in my life. Oh, well, there you go. Are you doing yoga? Are you a yogi like me? Petty Page says, it's just like when you finish a game, right? Yeah, it's just like when I finish a game. Yogi Berra. Yogi Berra says Cyber. But yeah, that's my whole catch up. That's my whole check-in. Dang, I don't play catching up anymore. A babadook, a baba babadook. Yogi Berra, he's insane. I got up on my stoop. When I was at Shang-Chi Garden, there was this lady outside that kept yelling Dookie. But when I saw her, I was like, oh, she's not saying Dookie. She's saying Dookie. Maybe that means something in Chinese, and I just don't know. It, like, means something. Because nothing else she was saying was in English. So I was like, I wonder what this means. Anyways, I appreciate her. She was pretty cool. Just found it. Hold up, says Jaime. Found the screenshot of the McDonald's Wrapped. Time to do the news. I think it's time to do the news. It's definitely time to do the news. Do the news. First order of news. The plants are fine. Zia's recently been watered, and that new frond is coming in so hard. So hard. All the other plants are doing cool. I got a new plant yesterday. I don't even know if I'm going to include that plant in the stream family. For example, not all the plants, you know, we've officially gotten to the point in my life where not all of my plants are actually part of the stream. Especially when there's plant kids. Like, Booba's children are part of the stream, but only like... only just to fill up the frame, right? They're not actually redeemables. They don't have themes, nor will they ever. Firo has a child. Firo has two kids that are actually in the same... Firo has two kids that are the same plant, if that makes sense. I've planted two in one pot, and I've intertwined them so they snake around each other, and I just call them one plant. And... she probably won't be in the stream. She's probably just going to stay in the living room because I already have a mini Monstera in the stream. But yeah, that's the general vibe. There's like, I'm officially at the point to where there's plants in the house, but there are only so many morning medley plants, and then there's several other just, you know, plants, just hangout plants, you know. And with that being said, the plant that I received yesterday from my friend might maybe just be a hangout plant at some point. Maybe not a stream plant, but we'll see. Time will tell. Time will tell. Drive-through chicken nuggies, says Cyber for Jaime's McDonald's Wrapped. Pyro says, changing my earrings right now, and they're looking really cute so far. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. I've never been pierced. Well, I've been stabbed, but that's not the same, is it? Piercing implies that it has to come out the other side, I believe. So I've never been pierced before, but I've heard good things. Leanna says, can I get a nuggie? Jelly says, wasn't Booba the first? Remember when he was the only one? Yeah, Booba was the first. Booba was the first, and his spot used to be right over here, where Nobu is. Booba. Dookie. Booba, yeah, Booba was the first, and Booba was very small, and I said it before, I'll say it again. I know a lot of people really like Monstera plants. They're very, very palatable. I don't know what the word for that is. They're very pleasant looking. Like, for a lot of people, they're like, it's not boring because it has the splits in the leaves, and it has these nice big leaves. It's like a good way to add pop to your downtown loft. You know, they're very picturesque plants. Now, the reason that I say that first is because I think that most of the friends I have buy them mature. You know, you buy a mature plant. Now, I don't know anything about plants, and I know that's the ongoing, like, kind of gag for the stream, but in all seriousness, I know very little about them. But one of the things that I have kind of learned over time, and I'm going to reference Ellis in this. Some people might remember the plant that I had named Ellis. It was a fiddle leaf fig tree. It did pass away. I would go over to people's places who had big fiddle leaf fig trees just in the corner of their apartment, getting direct sunlight, looking all haggard or whatever, but they were really steely, like they were growing still. And I was like, that's weird. What's going on? What's going on with that? And the answer is, plants are just like people.
when you're a baby, you really do have to like look out for the baby. You have to make sure that it doesn't accidentally eat like some paperclip that's on the floor. You got to make sure it doesn't stick his fingy in like an outlet or whatever. You really got to keep an eye on that baby. As a baby gets older, you have to watch it a little bit less and a little bit less for two reasons. Because one, the baby's learning and understands how to preserve its own life a little bit better than it did when it was fresh out of the womb. And two, you have to look for it less because it physically is more durable, right? So it's twofold. On one, it's a behavioral thing, like it knows how to protect itself. And two, it's just physically tougher and more durable so it can withstand certain things. And plants are the same way. Like when a plant is new, it doesn't have a behavior yet, right? Like if you take a booba type plant, and I've seen people do this where they'll have a plant and they'll just start it off in the windowsill where it's getting a lot of direct sunlight, and the plant might like shed a few leaves at first, you know, like it'll burn a bit, but it adapts because it's like, oh, this is just where I live in the desert, and so it'll start to grow and be used to that level of sunlight. However, if you take a plant like mine that are used to indirect sunlight and I put them outside for like 2 hot summer LA days, they will suffer immensely. And so that's on one side, that's the behavioral side. And the like literal physical side of like the physical durability is like, yeah, when plants are really small and they got these tiny little leaves, it's a lot harder for them to withstand really hot heat, really cold, like not proper watering and stuff like that. I'm saying all this to say that if you go out to the store, guys, and you go get a mature monstera, you go get like a booba type plant where the leaves aren't split like this, you know, where you don't have split leaves like this. You have them where they're like super split, and the leaves are like the size of my chest. They're huge. If you go to the store and you drop like $60 to $100 on like one of those real big monsteras, you can kind of like chill. Like, you can kind of skip a few waterings. You can kind of put it directly in the sunlight because this thing is so old that it's not going to die completely just from a little bit of negligence on your end. Like, you're going to have to go pretty hard if you want to kill this monstera. However, since I always buy my plants very small, like I always buy my plants about this size and then I grow them from there, those first few months, those first few years are very like touch and go, where it's like it can die or it can thrive. The thing with Ellis was a fiddle leaf fig tree, which are finicky anyways, but it was also a very small one. If I were to go to the store and pay like $120 to $150 on an actual fully grown 8-foot tall fiddle leaf fig tree, I could put that thing anywhere in my house and it would be okay. Like maybe it'll get like a little bit of a wilt over here, maybe it'll lose 1 or 2 leaves here, but I'm not gonna kill the whole tree. But when you get your plants small, they're way more vulnerable. And so I say that all to just say that things like monsteras and even things like mini monsteras are very popular aesthetic plants. Like people like the way they look. So a lot of people will just go and they'll buy one that's already grown, and then they'll hear about people killing their plants and they're like, how do you kill it? Like, you just water it and chill. Like, put it anywhere. It's a plant. It'll thrive. But the thing is, if you buy a plant that's already mature, it's going to be way easier for you to keep it alive than if you go to like the Home Depot nursery section and buy some tiny bean sprout like I did with Booba and try to grow it from there. Whew, what a long diatribe for the plants news. But yeah, the plants are all fine. I got a new plant yesterday, but I'm gonna focus on getting Marla a theme before I even think about introducing a new plant. Jelly says, my plants stick their fingers in outlets all the time. Typical plant baby behavior. Plant baby, yeah. The aerial roots? I mean, if you have a monstera, you know what I'm talking about, but the aerial roots, they're basically just roots that grow, like, in the air, though, and they're supposed to, like, attach to things, since they're more of, like, a vining plant. It's really interesting seeing the behavior of some of them, like... It's interesting seeing something grow and learn and express self-preservation that doesn't have eyes, you know, or a brain. But it's interesting to see like roots do a specific thing where, like, for example, Pharaoh curling around this is like, it's a vining plant, and so you see at the bottom it was growing alongside the bamboo pole, but then like the higher it gets, you see it form this spiral, and then if you even look at the top, it's still trying to grow in this like this spiral thing, because it's like it's figured out what its
its bound pole is, and it's going to keep just doing that until it hits something else, and then it's really interesting. Interesting to watch. Whew, okay. Amin's trying to make the most out of the day since we won't see him tomorrow. Yeah, you guys are not going to see me tomorrow. I ain't going to be here. I want a booba type beat, says Cyber. A booba type? A booba type beat? They should make self-watering plants, says Umbe. So then so you wouldn't have to do anything? That would be cool. Like, a part of me is like, that would be nice. But if I'm being completely honest with myself, there is a part of me that does enjoy the reward of properly taking care of a plant. Like, if I don't kill it, I'm like, oh, I did that. If the plant watered itself, then it would basically just be a house decoration, which I understand a lot of people just buy plants as decoration. And there has been quite a few people who have come into my apartment since I've gotten the plants and gone, wow, I love the plants. Wow, the vibe's in here. I have gotten a few of that since I've gotten the plants, but they're not really for decoration. They're Twitch redeems. Umbe says, off topic, how far in Great Pretender are you? Yeah, plant and walk to my fridge and get a little sippy sip. Plant that walks to my friend. Oh, you want the piranha plant. How far into Great Pretender am I? I think I'm in season 3. I think I just started season 3, but I've forgotten a lot of season 1 and 2 because I took a huge, over a year-long break between season 2 and season 3, so I'm kind of lost, actually. Cyber says, you got anything to do after the stream? You want to hop on Ape? I got a couple of things that I have to do. Yo, I hate this week. I hate the Christmas to New Year's week. I hate it. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I freaking hate it. It's the worst week out of the year. It's the worst week out of the year. I can't think of a week. I can't think of a 7-day stretch in the year that I hate more than the Christmas to New Year's. It's so terrible, and I always feel horrible, and nothing is good. Anywho, yeah, I can probably play some Apex later. I think that as far as news, other than the plants, it's a gross week, and I'm leaving town. I will be here tomorrow week. Sorry, I'll be here next week. There's no cool word for that. I'll be here next week. We'll pick up on Wednesday. We'll go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There was another piece of news I thought. I issued the order for the physicals for the album. I'll let you guys know when I have news on that. Just in case any of you guys thought that I forgot about it. I haven't. The ball's officially out of my court now, and now I'm relying on the work and labor of others. But as some of you may have noticed, it is the bad week of the year, where nobody really gets any work done, and so I probably won't have any real news until next year if I'm being realistic, and I shouldn't, those people should be enjoying their holiday and spending time with their families and stuff like that, and so there's just only so much that I have to share as far as news in that regard, and I think that is all of the news. All progress is good progress, says Cyber. All news is good news. All publicity is good publicity. All YouTubers are good YouTubers. All streams are good streams for sure. And all chatters are good chatters. Are you seeing this? Look, I feel like Nobu has is getting weird holes in the leaves. They're like sympathy holes. I've been putting it next to Booba. You see that? You can see my face through the leaves. Quite a few of Nobu's leaves. This isn't a good thing. This is not Booba should have these. Nobu shouldn't have holes in the leaves. I don't know what's going on with her. I'm confused and frustrated. Omni had me thinking he was going insane when he said season 2. I'm like, there's only one season. Netflix split it into 2. Yeah. Netflix split it into 2, and it makes it really confusing because when you start the season, in the bottom it says 4-3, and I'm like, 4-3? There's no season 4. Yeah, it's kind of confusing. When you announce your retirement, ugh. I do want to retire. I'm freaking tired, y'all. And I mean that with love. I'm super tired, and I would like to retire. My Palea is struggling too, Omni. They can be finicky. I don't get it. I've seen some people's Palea plants, and they like have everything. They like look like a Christmas tree. I'm just like, I guess all are not created equal. Yeen, not the same as me. Yeah, Great Pretender got slept on. Glad someone's watching it. Umbe, can I say one thing to you about Great Pretender before I move on to the song? Since you're the only person in here who seems to have seen it. Great Pretender's backgrounds are maybe some of the most captivating and interesting backgrounds I've ever seen in any anime in my entire life. And I'm including like Akira and all those backgrounds in anime that are like hyper detailed, like Tek on Concrete and all that stuff. That stuff's cool too. But I've never been more captivated by backgrounds than I am by watching Great Pretender. There are things that happen in Great Pretender art-wise that are incredible. Story-wise, it's also pretty cool, but well, story-wise, it's really good actually. But art-wise, no, story-wise, it's incredible. Sorry, I'm like just remembering certain plot points. But art-wise, it is its own. It has such an artistic identity. I should say it that way. It's not that the art's so good that it makes everything else bad. It's just that when I see Great Pretender, it's almost like when you look at Studio Trigger stuff, like Pro Mare and like the cyberpunk anime. Like you're looking at these things, you're looking at this anime, and you're like, wow, they have a very distinct artistic identity. And I feel the same way about Great Pretender, especially those backgrounds. Oh wait, I forgot I watched some of Great Pretender, says Liana. Very detailed and vibrant. It's so freaking good. It's so good, Liana. It's so good. Cyber says, I still don't know what Tek on Concrete is actually about. Omni over here watching anime and not recommending any. It's a wonder juxtaposition? I don't recommend anybody watch anime. But if you're already watching anime, and we've seen the same one, I definitely will have a conversation with you about it for sure. And Great Pretender is one of those. It's really good. I like it. It does a few things that I just freaking artistically. It does a few things that I really love. My friend was sending me some of the slides he drew for the show, and I was loving how much flavor it has. I also just like how diverse and colorful the cast is. Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna like wax poetic too much about Great Pretender, but it also has a really great opening theme that people don't really talk about that much. And I think that your friend drew for it. Let's go. Yeah, says Cyber. Yeah, that's nuts. I'm trying to remember if there's any more news. Physicals. Continuing stream next week. New plant. No, I think that's it. I got some pretty sick bread. I've been on a bread kick. I got the fancy. Every now and then I'll splurge. I'm not one of those people that does fancy living all the time, but every now and then I'll hit up the Chicha Sanchen, you know. Every now and then I'll get the 20-year-old aged white wine vinegar, you know. Every now and then. And I got some really sick vinegar and oil that I've been dipping my bread in lately, trying to get that Italian life on lock, and god dang, man. I have been living with my whole life, if you know what I'm saying. Nice bread, by the way. I appreciate the oil and vinegar. Yeah, it goes real hard. It goes real hard. I've been on that wave for sure. I've been consuming a lot of vinegar in general lately. Partially because I've been making a lot of jolmian sauce. And I've also been... I mean, I put vinegar in all my marinades. All of my chicken that I end up frying, I marinate it first, and I use vinegar. Kind of like a toss-up. Sometimes I'll do like the buttermilk... the buttermilk soak, which is really good for frying chicken for sure. It's just a lot of times when I'm making chicken, I kind of go one of two different ways, where I'm either doing like the pan fried extra spicy, or I'm doing the fried battered fried, you know, extra crispy and spicy, so I can make those like pretzel bun katsu sandwiches. Ugh, I'm rambling now at this point. None of this is news. Yeah, he's part of the underpaid outsourced foreign anime assistant. Jesus Christ. I pray for his monetary glow up for sure, because those people will be putting in the hours. All right, they be putting in the hours. Chi and wine, says Liana. Chicha Sanchan. Y'all, the line on Christmas for Chicha-san Chen, that boba place that me and Erica be going to, the line on Christmas was around the block. Like, it went out of the plaza onto the main street and around the block. Like, god dang, man. I've had it. I've had it like 7 times. And I don't get it. Yeah, Leona got some question marks. Yeah, same. And don't get me wrong, this boba goes hard. Does it go harder than any other boba that I've ever had? I'd put it in the top 10 for sure. Like, it goes pretty hard. But I'm talking like people are coming from like other places. Like, I'm looking at like the people there, and I'm looking at the license plates there, and I'm like, why? Why Chicha-san Chen? That's the hype meter, says Liana. You definitely, definitely right. I think the tea is really quality. I think when you go to Chicha-san, here's the thing. Here's what I'll say, and then I promise we'll move on to the song's recommendation. I think Chicha-san Chen makes really, really high quality tea. Really high quality tea. They're doing like a really specific soak. They're using actual like hand rolled tea leaves. They're not using like a tea bag thing. It's like they have really high quality tea. The issue is when I go to a boba place, need I finish? Do I have to finish?
Recommend a tune. I've got a song to share with you. 3 reasons to recommend a tune. Recommends.
Jaime says that's how I felt trying food in New York City. You get your salsa from New York City. I make that joke every time somebody mentions New York City, and like I think maybe 3 people get that joke. Anyways, I feel you, Jaime. When I go to New York City, nah, I'm not gonna even lie. I eat so good when I go to New York City. Granted, I eat good whenever I leave. Well, I eat good in LA. I think I just eat good, actually. I think I just eat good food. I think because I had a life of being a kid who, you know, is from a family that couldn't always get the good. And so, yeah, I'm gonna eat like a greasy bag of Dick's Burgers or whatever. But I also, like, don't sleep on me, man. There's some, like, hitters in that pantry. I make a goo marinade. Like, if you can stand spicy food, if you're cool with the ghost pepper, I make a pretty wild chicken sandwich. Like a fried chicken sandwich. The chicken wars, like, I'm not saying I could win, but I'm saying, you know, they would draft me for sure. They would draft me. I'm a frontline contender. Unfortunately, a boomer joke now, says Umbe, talking about my New York City Pace Picante commercial joke. The Picos de Gallos. For sure, Liana. I don't think I can hang with OmniSpice. You don't think so? Liana, have you ever been to Coco's Curry? What number do you get when you go to Coco's Curry and you get the Coco Spicy Curry? What number do you get? Because that's, I'll tell you if you can handle my spice, depending on what number you get. Never been. Wow. Okay, well, next time you're in LA. What the heck? We were in Little Tokyo. Oh, but it was late when we were in Little Tokyo. I think that's why we didn't go. It was like kind of late at night. Never mind. Yeah. Next time you're down here, we'll go there instead of that brewery place we went to. Cause, anyways, we're in Song Rex. New York City. Today's song recommendation. I'm gonna do it fast, guys, because I have burned through so much of your precious holiday, best week of the year. The 52nd week of the year. You have a spice tolerance if you eat any traditional Mexican stuff. I think it's hard to avoid in Cali. Yeah, I would agree with this. The thing I always say is, like, how are we on habaneros? If habaneros are like whatever to you, then my spicy food is like gonna be fine. It's just habanero or higher is like where I am. Habanero are a little bit higher. I'm not doing like contest level spicy. I'm not doing like Hot Ones level spicy when I'm just cooking for me and my friends. If jalapenos are where you are, like, that's your limit, then my food is going to probably not be that fun. But like, if you can do habaneros, you're like, we're gravy. We're gravy. What level do you get at Coco's? Me, I do a 5. I do a 5 for comfort. I can do a 7. I do a 5 for comfort. I can do a 7 if I'm trying to get kicked. But I went with Aang, and Aang does a 7 for comfort. Aang is like for real. Aang's for real a spice head. Like, Aang's comfort level for spice is higher than mine for sure. My comfort level of spice is habanero. I feel like Aang's comfort level of spice is like ghost. Anywho, yeah. That's the number I get at Coco's. Like a 5. Like a 5. If I'm in Japan, I don't know, because things are different over there. When I was in Japan, I got a 5. I was like, this is kind of nuts. I feel like they're dumbing it down over here. Liana says, at Christmas, an in-law said, oh, you like spicy? About enchilada soup. And I was like, this isn't spicy to me, so I have some tolerance. Okay. For sure. And I just want to say, before we move on, just in case there's anybody, just in case there's even one person in the chat that's like, I don't like this conversation, I want to add this disclaimer at the end where it's like, I do not see spice tolerance as some type of like machismo toughness, like, oh, you can't deal with spicy food, ha ha ha, everybody dog this fool. Like, I don't see it that way. I understand everybody's bodies are just different. Our tolerances are just very different. There are certain things like fish makes me queasy 100% of the time. Does that make me a wimp? Yes, probably. But I don't think that because you can't handle spicy food that means anything. It's just, we all eat different things, I guess, Scary Spice says, Jaime. For example, Swedish people just don't have spicy food. And so, a friend of mine who, well, are we still friends? He hasn't been responding to my messages. Anyways, a homie of mine who's from Sweden, who's also a really talented musician, I made spicy food for him, and he was like, I couldn't, he told me the next day, he was like, I couldn't like feel my tongue for the rest of the day, and I was like, huh? I just hit that with a little like, a gooba gooba of the El Yucateco, and he's like, there's not really spicy food in Sweden. We don't really do spicy up there. And I was like, oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. If you don't do spicy food and then somebody hits you with even the Tabasco, it's probably like really unpleasant. Neo says, you can build up the tolerance. Spicy food is something I grew into as I got older. I grew into tomatoes as I got older. I didn't used to like tomatoes, but now, go ahead. Go ahead, do it. I won't cry. I won't cry. Baby Spice, says Liana. Aw, isn't she in politics right now? Or is that Scary Spice? Doesn't matter. I didn't really like any of them. We are in the song recommendation, and I'm going to try to blow through it as fast as possible because I realize I have, like, vamped through so much of your guys' holiday, and I apologize. Genuine apology. No joke there. Like, I genuinely apologize. It's going on 1 o'clock, and I'm just about to recommend the song, so let's try to breeze through this. The song I'm going to be recommending to you guys today is a song by an artist that some of you in here will be very familiar with. It's George and Jonathan's song, Puppy Love, off of George and Jonathan 3. I want you guys to listen to this song for 3 reasons. It's a little jarring off of the past recommendations that I've given, so I'm gonna speed through it as much as possible. The first reason that I'm going to be recommending this song for you is a little rough to experience unless you also look at the video, but don't see it as mandatory. The song is fine, and you will like the song, even if you don't get this one piece. Reason number 1. There's a lot of music that is created kind of in a vacuum, and I don't mean in a vacuum as in it doesn't have any inspiration or any drawings from anything else. I mean more so in a vacuum as is it stays inside of its medium, right? An example of a piece of art that I have made musically that I would not consider in a vacuum is the score that I made for a video game, right? Because it's not necessarily meant to be experienced all on its own as just one body of work. It kind of is a complement to another art form, another medium, which would be games or visual art. In a lot of George and Jonathan's music, a lot of it is specifically synced up with visual cues. And so they had a website that they built where you would have like visual albums. You would experience their music almost mandatorily through visual means. You could listen to it on SoundCloud, you could listen to it on YouTube, but the specific way that they had designed for it to be experienced was through visuals. And a lot of art is made this way. There's a lot of people that paint to music, and they're like, this is the painting that represents this piece of music. There's a lot of people that make music to visual art, as I have, like my song Paprika, which was made heavily inspired by the movie Paprika. And so this is just a good example of not necessarily one inspiring the other, but both being made in tandem with one another. That's the first reason why I want you guys to listen to Puppy Love. The second reason why I would like you guys to listen to this song is because it's a really good example of proprietary technology. Now, when we think about music, and some of you guys will remember when I referenced this from last season and season 4, we talked about not only just building music with tools, but building tools to make music. A lot of people will actually spend a lot of time building an instrument in which to complete a task, right? When you think about all of the construction that we have in all of our cities, sometimes I literally will look at people build a crane and then use that crane to build a building and then break down that crane, put it on a car and drive it away. Like sometimes things are so massive that you actually have to build the tools in order to build the thing. And when it comes to music, sometimes people will build musical instruments in order to build a song. And sometimes this comes from just people like a fun side project. They want to build a cool tool, but sometimes it comes from necessity. Sometimes it comes from technological necessity. And a good example of when that happens is when you're making music for a game example. Like if there's an older, not so much for present day because game engines have gotten really wild and you can just throw WAV files into them. But for these older titles, you couldn't just make a song and then import the song into the game. You had to make the song on proprietary technology. You had to use things like trackers. You had to use things like the actual sound chips that were in the console itself instead of just whatever you had around your room. You couldn't record a guitar song and then put it into the Super Nintendo. You just couldn't do that yet. You had to use proprietary technology, proprietary gear specifically built for making music in that thing. And George and Jonathan would use a lot of the gear in a program called Pixtone. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's spelled out Pxtone, so I think it's Pixtone. I think it's like for pixel and tones, because it was basically a program that was pre-made to make like not even lo-fi music. It was made to kind of just run sound fonts to make music for games. Like this company that made Pixtone also made other DAWs that literally were just to make music in games. I think they made the DAW that was used to make the music in Cave Story, actually. Don't quote me on that. I might be getting it confused with a different game or something, but I think they did. Point is, it was proprietary for a video game. And so the second reason why I want you guys to listen to this song is because they weren't just using keyboards and actual traditional musical instruments. What they were using was a program that was specifically designed to make music for games, which is why George and Jonathan's music, their entire discography, has this very game-like atmosphere, this very game-like progression, this very game-like sound choice. And it's because they were literally using the tools that were designed to make games, and they're just instead using it to make albums. The third reason why I want you guys to listen to Puppy Love by George and Jonathan is kind of tied to the second one, and it has a lot to do with sound fonts. And I use the term sound fonts a lot in the stream. Some of you guys that also make music know what a sound font is. Some of you guys who don't make music have just kind of used context clues to kind of have a rough understanding of what a sound font is, but just kind of to define it for everybody who does understand it and who doesn't understand it. A sound font is kind of what it sounds like, right? When you download fonts off of the internet, what they're basically giving you is a package of a bunch of different letters. They're giving you the alphabet, but in this specific style. When you download a sound font, what they're giving you is a package, except instead of a bunch of different letters, they're giving you a bunch of different notes. And all of those notes will be performed in one sound. So you could download, say, a puppy sound font, and it, like in this song, and it'll be a bunch of puppy barks, but in the notes from here to the note up here. And so you could basically essentially play a song comprised completely of puppy barks. Now, how is this different than Omni playing a keyboard in front of him, right? Like, because right on here, I can scroll through a bunch of different sounds. Like, this is a bassoon, right? And this would be a soprano sax. And then I can use a Rhodes piano, right? There's a lot of different sounds in this keyboard. But the distinction between sound font actually goes back to some copyright things. Like the term sound font is literally owned by a company. But if I'm not going to get into the whole legal copyright and trademarkness of all of that, a more so functional definition that we use in composition and in the like music industry is when you think about a sound font, a lot of times with a sound font, is it's literally just a package of sound at every note interval. There's not a lot of intonation, there's not a lot of change happening to any individual note. And even when you look at me over there on my synthesizer, I have a bunch of knobs, right? Where I could turn up the reverb or turn up delay, or I could turn the cutoff down, or I can set the sustain really short so it's more of a choppy sound. There's a lot of different editing that you can do to the sound. Sound fonts do not have this. Think about when you have a font, a literal font, since that's kind of the working analogy I have for sound fonts. When you download a font, like you download Harlow Italic, which is the Morning Medley font, by the way, like this font and that font up there, that's Harlow Italic. When I download Harlow Italic, it just comes with those letters. Anything else that I want to do with it, I literally would have to do in another program. If I wanted to change the color of it, if I wanted to give it a cool outline, if I wanted to have an underline, if I wanted to make it bold, if I wanted to unitalicize it, these are only things I could do in other programs. Just simply downloading the font itself does not come with all of those different editorial and customizable features. The same thing is true with the sound font. When I go over to my keyboard and I play the violin on my MX61, it has a lot of different sounds that the violin can make. Like I can get a note bend, I can get a piccato like pluck, I can get like a strenuous, really like hard bow movement. I can get a really soft bow movement. Even when I'm playing piano here, if I'm playing just with the piano sound itself, I can get these really soft rolls of a chord, or I can get like a really stabby sound with the chord. That, even just having velocity, where I can go from really quiet to really loud, that's a level of sound definition that a sound font is not going to have. A sound font is just one sound at one note that they have tuned down and they have tuned up. It's really complicated, but it is intentionally, what's the word? It's intentionally bare bones and intentionally limited, because when you think back to video games and video game composition and video game development, a lot of these games were really small and couldn't have a lot of information being thrown in. A lot of these songs that you even hear in old games could only play like 2 or 3 tracks at a time. And so you end up with a lot of monophonic tracks. You end up with a lot of tracks that are just bass line and chords and maybe a little drum. You don't end up with a lot of really complex compositions because the tech just wouldn't allow for it. And that's why sound fonts themselves are so remedial. And you're going to hear a lot of that in this song. If you actually listen to this song, Puppy Love by Jordan Jonathan, you're going to notice a lot of the sound fonts, of course, are going to sound very video gamey, low fidelity, and very dinky, but there's not a lot of customization through it. When you hear one sound, it's just going to sound like that. There's not going to be a cool swell of reverb in it. There's not going to be a cool like delay that comes in for a second or chorus or anything. It really is bare bones sounds. And a lot of that limitation is exactly why these older video game composition soundtracks have so much detail and have so much ingenuity and so much creativity, because they were really limited. And the same is true today for Jordan Jonathan. Again, the 3 reasons why I want you guys to listen to Puppy Love by Jordan Jonathan is because, 1, it's a good example of somebody making music and visuals in tandem, not one being inspired by the other, but literally them coming as a package deal. 2, it's a good example of proprietary technology, because they made these songs in a program called Pixtone that was specifically designed to make music for video games. And the 3rd reason is because it's a great expert use of sound fonts, and sound fonts exclusively. If you were around in SoundCloud, by the way, like in 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, there was a lot of people that were sounding like this. And it's because all those sound fonts were free. It was really open access. So a lot of people, and since you can't change sound fonts, what would end up happening is you had a lot of artists that sounded the same. Like a lot of the sounds in this song, you'll find in Mark Redito songs, you'll find in Giraffage songs, you'll find in my songs, you'll find in Divio songs, you'll find in Maxo songs, Absurdus songs. I can go on. And it's because when you have a sound font, you can't really change it. You can't really make it your own. It's just that one sound, and you're going to hear it. You can listen to some of my songs, and you'll go, that sounds like a sound from Donkey Kong. And the answer is because it is a sound from Donkey Kong. You can't really change it too much. It has, again, one note. No customization. No alterations. Whew. And that is today's song recommendation. Please listen to it if you get a chance. It has been added. It has been added to the playlist. If you ever need to get a link to the playlist, you can just type ! Oh my god, Eloquent? Eloquent! Oh my... Okay. First of all, thank you for being here. Second of all, guys, Eloquent was the song recommendation, like, not that long ago. I don't know if you guys remember. But in last season's playlist, Eloquent was, I think, like the second week of song recommendations. Thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate that. You the GOAT for sure. Eloquence is pretty responsible for a lot of inspiration of mine in general. So that's really cool. I hope you're having a marvelous holiday, honestly. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. That's wild. Sounds more like Vector Pack. Oh crap! I skipped a lot of stuff. I'm still behind on chat. Hold on. Yeah, once had a dude in one of my servers, and we had some spicy taste about my song, and I hit him with but it's meant to be watched with the music video. Yeah, sometimes that's how art is. It's meant to be, like, experienced in tandem with something else, or else you don't really get the full effect. Thank you for the follow, Eloquent. Seriously, I really appreciate you. I hope you're crushing it. I hope you're having a great December. I'm getting to the bottom of the chat. I'm trying. For the record, says Cyber, I like spicy as a flavor. But not spice as an uncomfortableness. I don't mind sweating for flavor, but I don't like not being able to feel my taste buds. I agree with this. Yeah, for the record, I love spice as a sport, but not as spice as flavor. I would like to be incapacitated by the heat, but do not enjoy mild taste as Umbe. For sure. And 3, it's just a really good song, says Cyber. Yeah, it's a really good song. I've actually started giving, like, full, real reasons. Isn't that weird? My G says, Eloquent, just got hip to your Twitch. Happy holidays, fam. Need a little kick, but wanted to taste. Oh, yeah. I'm the kind of same way. I need if I'm gonna be eating spicy food. There is a comfort. That's what I was talking about with Aang, right? There's a comfort spice. There's a level of spice where I'm like, this is good. I like the kick and I like the flavor. And there is a threshold above that I can still go and still be comfortable and still like the flavor. I just might have to take a few swigs of water more often. But there is definitely a line where it's like, all right. That line is usually like, if I go, there's a place in LA called Howlin' Ray's, which is like a Nashville hot chicken joint, where they do have like the top hotness. When you eat it, it is like, all right. Okie dokie. This hurt. This does not taste good no more. This just is pain. This is a contest. Thank you, Jaime, for gifting a sub to Eloquent. I really appreciate that. I don't know if I can. Do you stream? Can I get a shout out for Eloquent? If you don't stream, everybody go listen to Eloquent. Not just the song that I recommended either. Destined for Pain. Oh, chicken kebab salad for sure. Chicken kebab salad. I want to return to form, says Umbe. I want to return to form. This song is sick. Plays this morning medley theme. Aww. One day. Thank you for the shout out. I appreciate that. And I think that's all the news. I think that's all of it. Much love, says Eloquent. It's likewise. We love your music here. But I think that's it. I've kept these people here for way too long. I started this at 9, and it's been 4 hours. So, apologies to you. Do you guys have anybody that you would like to see rated? I don't even have my phone on me. So I don't have a backup list. Oh, Kiefer's live? Oh, just recommending it? Word. I've never been in a Kiefer live set, but one of my friends recently was on tour with Kiefer. I think Mia Gladstone was on tour with Kiefer. That looked fun. Thank you for the stream, Omni. Great time as always. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. Happy New Year's? No, you just said Happy New Year's. You scared me, actually, because my grasp of time is so loose right now that I thought that perhaps it was the 31st and that my rent was going to be due tomorrow. So, thank you, Jelly. I hope you have a Happy New Year's if I don't see you. Well, I'm definitely not going to see you before New Year's. Yeah, that's a good point. Happy New Year's. I played with his band when I was in LA. Whoa! Him and his band are incredible. No way! Zomotu is drawing.
I think is Kiefer's keyboardist name like Huber or Nathan? Oh my god, Huber Nathan? What the heck is that? Is his name like? Because I feel like I feel like I actually know this dude. I feel like I might know Huber. For some reason I want to say Huber and I also want to say Nathan, but I feel like both of those are wrong. Happy New Year's, Eloquent. Happy New Year's, Jaime. Someone I follow, but there's a wreck. Was the wreck Zomotu? Have I been to a Zomotu stream? Check in. Finally at the hotel membership status where I get free warm cookies and 2 waters worth. Umbe, what hotel? Are you at a Doubletree? I don't know of any hotel that gives cookies other than a Doubletree. Yeah, Doubletree says Umbe. Ooh, I got you. I got you. That's a laser shot. You know I stay at too many hotels. You know I stay at too many hotels. I get 2 waters, but not a cookie. Yeah, what the heck? You gotta go to a Doubletree, Jaime. It's like their whole thing. Hey, what's up, Fangs? I'm okay with the Zomotu stream. Great. If that's where we're going, I'm okay with it. But I'm gonna finish playing the morning medley theme and then we can figure it out. Or if we already haven't figured it out, then that's cool. Drawing our harp. Dang. I'm leaning towards harp, but I feel like I'm only leaning towards harp because I'm a musician. Right? Thank you. Bye everyone, says Donut Clown. We're rating the harpist. Again, appreciate everybody for making the time today. I know you guys are enjoying your holiday. Sorry if the energy was really low or random or directionless. I apologize for that. Thank you, Eloquent, for coming by. And thank you everybody for making the time. I do appreciate it. And I will see you guys next week. Next week we're starting the week halfway through though. I'm gonna start the week on Wednesday. Tyson Porter, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. And I hope you're having a great 52nd week out of the year. But I'll see you guys in this Nervous Harpist stream, which I have to write down because the hosting mechanic doesn't work anymore. Hello, everybody.